disabled it.
Yeah, it's all good.
I would just like to mention, Sir Rob, that is the most amazing, realistic-looking Zoom background I think I've ever seen. It looks
Well, you know
so
what?
realistic, like you're really there.
Go and jump in the pool, Rob. Show how realistic it is.
To the green screen, if you will. Oh my God.
Oh, what?
Just don't pee in the pool.
It is real.
There is no pee in my ool, and so I'm trying to keep it that way.
Hey, Rob. Jackie from New York.
Hey, Jackie, how are you?
Hi, everybody.
Hi,
everybody.
Amy. Hi,
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Phil.
Hey, Phil from New York here representing also.
Hey, Phil. Hey, Isabel. Hey, Larry.
Hi, Tusa. Hi, Rob. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Isabel.
Rob, thanks for doing this. Really, really good.
You're welcome. I actually almost didn't really want to do this, but I knew several people have reached out to me, and I knew we needed to do it, so that's why we're doing it today. We're gonna give a few minutes to allow more people to jump in, but I'll just kind of let you know too. Today, it's more about talking about and celebrating Fletch and what memories and moments you want to talk about with Fletch. It's not to speculate about like the future of Depeche Mode or anything like that. It's just we just want to pay respect to Fletch today. And in the US it's Memorial Day, so that's where we honor all those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, and we honor and thank those that have fallen for their service to our country, and I'll raise a glass to them. But we also are here to sort of memorialize Fletch, who means the world to all of us. We're all devastated in this moment. I can only imagine all of you felt the same way I did when I first saw the tweet from Depeche Mode like a minute after they released it. So I couldn't even believe if it was real, but then I confirmed it was real, and so I just basically posted something in Global for everyone to know, but I couldn't even focus on Global and respond to comments or anything. I just luckily I was already meeting with someone that day that was a Depeche Mode fan that had just called me that morning and said if we had talked about getting beer sometime, so we're going to meet up for lunch at this local deli, and I was thankful for that. We ended up having others join us to celebrate Fletch, and I know that today's a holiday in the U.S. and in other parts of the world. It's later in the evening, and I know it's a work night, so I would love for everybody to be able to speak. I don't want to like any of us to necessarily, take it off topic and all that, but I want everyone to be able to speak. And if you're in Europe or anywhere in the world and you have to leave earlier, please send a chat message to Atusa and let her know that you want to speak, and we want to prioritize all of you that are potentially limited on time. And with that, we normally have a drinking word for our drinking chats, and of course there is no other word we could pick today but Fletch. So
Fletch.
And I'd like to thank our co-hosts. We have actually Jeff Ford in Oregon helping us, Atusa Tavalai in Los Angeles, and Von George in London. So if all of you would like to say a quick hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, just a real quick housekeeping. I'm going to have to start muting people a little bit, but that's only because there's some weird background noise coming. It's not meant to mute you, but please feel free to unmute when you would like to speak. So
I think it might be Rob's pool filter, actually.
I think it might actually be.
No, I turned off the pool filter.
So. Oh, you did? Okay.
Oh, it sounds like a big like.
It does. It sounds like.
Okay, so I'm going around muting, but feel free to unmute when it's your time to shine, please. Okay, I think I got.
It's gone now. Yeah.
Yay! Okay. Hi, everybody. It's so nice to see you. It's unfortunate that this is the topic of the day, or not really topic, but celebrating this immense life that has obviously touched all of us. This is a huge, huge loss in such a strange way. a very strange way for all of us. And I'm really looking forward to hearing your guys' stories today. Jeff, Vaughn.
What?
Go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's great to see everyone here. It's a bit of a sad time, but we should celebrate Fletch's life, and because he had a great life and provided a great life for us to see the band and everything. So that's how I see it.
Vaughn, please.
Okay, I'm quite well rehearsed, and I'm not making light of this, but this is the third night that I'm doing. We had one on my channel yesterday, and we had an impromptu one with Atusa and Atusa ran one the previous night. So I've certainly had a lot of time to sort of think about this, and I'm glad that we have the technology to sort of have to sort of reach out to people, and because I think it's affected some people really badly, and to support some people. But I myself learned of it pretty much like Rob. I think everyone was just in total disbelief. I had not been on social media for a long time, which was unlike me. And I picked my phone up and something said, I'm gutted about Fletch. And one thing led to another. And I was just seeing messages coming up. And then I went onto Facebook, and my initial reaction was, call me cynical. This is just one of those sick jokes, you know what I mean? Like an April Fool's joke or something. And just at the time, I had a friend of mine he's actually an insider in the industry. He called, and when he validated it, then I just started feeling sick. And I've often spoken about the strange feeling of feeling so much grief for someone you've never met. And I think we can all relate to that, the profound impact they've had on our life. And and there's a lot that I can say, but just to end it, I've done my fair share of Fletch parody and stuff like that, which has all been done in good faith. But I don't think it's taken. I've always known the importance of him, and I think as musicians and producers, we always tend to notice that he's not doing much on stage. But I think we realize there's much more to that, in being in a band. And certainly, what I've really come to realize over the last few days is, and I've just said that, despite the fact that we had the great songwriter Martin, we had the great musician Alan, if it wasn't for Fletch, I don't think I would ever come that far, because, Fletch not only being the peacekeeper, but also being the mouthpiece for Martin, and for Martin not being able to articulate himself and being able to rely on Fletch to do that. So
Honey, don't do that. I have my phone.
It's all of these things and more that I think, make Fletch it makes it even a bigger loss. So.
Well said. And again, if you are not speaking, if you could just mute, just because sometimes we have the background noise. And I do realize there probably was some background noise because my neighbor has got like a hacksaw or something going on over here. But so I will be turning down my volume manually. But is there anyone that is here from Europe where it's a weeknight that they have mentioned they wanted to speak first, as we talked about the Tusa? Or?
Mark Jones. Mark Jones, could you raise your hand real quick so I can move you up forward?
I'm here.
Hey, there you are.
Hi, Susan.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good considering. Actually, not very good. Very depressed. I know you've got a sweet little story to share. I've got some media loaded up. If you'd like to open up with your story.
Well, I was really lucky. I met Andy and Alan Wilder actually at a Kraftwerk gig back in blimey, I don't even know what year it was. A long time ago, and Andy bumped into me in the bar and accidentally, like literally bumped into me and kind of turned around and said, "Oh, sorry, mate." And I was like, "Oh, it's Andy." And I was very lucky, and I think I've shared this before with a group where Andy actually wished me a happy 50th birthday. And he took his time out to do that, and that's the kind of guy he was. And to me, that message will be special forever. I'm not very good at sharing stuff, so Atusa, you might have to do the sharing thing on you. I've literally just uploaded it to YouTube, but here we go.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Hi, Mark. I'm Andy Fletcher from Depeche Mode on holiday in Antigua, wishing you a happy 50th. Good luck.
So I got this from my cousin. It's basically it's a I don't know, an e-video thing, and there it is. Can you see it? And what happened the other day was a big shock, and I think there's been a lot of stuff said about Andy, but at the end of the day, as we all know, he kept what we love together, and it's going to be a hard one for us all. I think let's just all fingers crossed that the guys carry on without him, because it has been very upsetting for everybody, and that's me done.
Mark, how long ago was that video?
So that was my 50th, which was obviously how old am I? I'm 53 in June the 25th, so it was 3 years ago.
Nice.
Yeah. But for him to do that and take his time out just shows how amazing the guy was. And it's weird because he was only on Instagram a couple of weeks ago for the football FA Cup final 2 weeks ago. Von George, I think you probably saw it on Instagram. He's a Chelsea fan, unfortunately, but it was only 2 weeks ago he was at the final, and it's just absolutely it's a hard one. It's a kick in the teeth, definitely.
That's a special, priceless video that you have there, Mark. And thank you.
It is, Rob, and I will treasure it forever. I treasured it at the time, and now it's even, and I'm quite emotional. But yeah, it was a nice thing to have, and I will keep this forever. And and condolences to his family, because we don't even know the half of it, to be honest.
That's a great memory, man.
For sure.
Thank you for sharing that, Mark.
He was also at Gary Newman's gig, the latest Wembley gig. He was there as well, I believe.
Yeah, so that was only a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago. Von George,
7th or the 9th of May it was, yeah.
Yeah, not long ago, yeah.
Mm.
And just a quick one for me, sorry, and then I'll go. But Von George, what you did on your video regarding Andy Fletcher, and I know there's been a lot of not negativity, that's the wrong word, but why is Andy Fletcher in the band? Why is he in the band? And you're like, what? Why are people asking this question? He is the band. He was the band. He is the band. And I went to see him in 1984, and I've seen him 30 whatever times since. And I'm not as devoted to as many of you guys are, but he was the band. It's a band, for crying out loud. And he's part of it. And there was a lot of stuff going on. Lockdown, pre-lockdown, or whatever. And why is he in the band? What? Well, do you know what, guys? Now you're missing him.
You're right, Mark. And if I could just jump in what you said there, we spoke about this last night on my chat we had, and where I was emphasizing the fact that I've always known that Andy was the glue and stuff, but it's really become apparent now that was indeed the case. And then one of the people on yesterday's chat reminded me of a video interview I did with Pino Pescatola. Rob, are you still there? You hear me? Oh yeah. I want to see if we can bring Pino Pescatola on to Drink and Chat.
Yes,
Because
please, absolutely.
If you've watched my video on that, and no disrespect to Gareth, I'm going to do the Gareth Jones impersonation. When we brought Gareth on, he's like, people were asking questions, and he was like, "Brother, I can't remember anything." It's like, how many mushrooms were you doing back then? No disrespect, but it was a long time ago. But the point I'm trying to make is Pino Pescatola had this. He's got such a detailed memory of this, and that's why I'd love to bring him on, because I mean, he just went into absolute details about how they recorded the stomps and the mics and everything. And anyway, we're going off topic. I guess what I'm trying to say is Pino reminded me and many other people, because some people actually sniggered at this when he said Fletch was very important in the studio. And some people were like, and he's like, and he was like, well, actually, you know, being in a band, it's not all about the musicianship and the being able to play. He said Fletch did, although he wasn't playing on the records, he wasn't hands-on the records. He was very, very, what's the word?
Influential.
Yeah, influential as to how the end record would sound. So, for instance, he would listen to something at the end, and he'd go, "I don't like that," and then, "What don't you like?" "That bass." "Well, then, what do you want me to do?" "I don't know, Alan. Just fix it." And then Alan would fix it. Then he'd come back afterwards. So he wouldn't necessarily know how to do it, but he knew when it sounded right. And that's very important. And it's a little bit like, we're just going to deviate slightly now. It's completely different. Stock, Aitken, and Waterman, forgive me. But you had Pete Waterman, who was the boss. And he wasn't a musician and he wasn't a programmer, but he knew when it sounded right. And Pino said that's a fair assessment to say that, you know, Fletch, for all his so-called lack of musicality, he was the one when he, you know, it's like, okay, we're all the musicians, we're very close. Fletch, what do you think? He'd be like, no, or yes. So, you know, take what you want from that.
But on that point, George, there was a tweet, wasn't there? And I'm not very good on Depeche Mode remixes, but one of them sent a tribute and said they'd actually sent a remix to Depeche Mode, and Fletch came back and said, maybe you want to change it a little bit, or
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I mean, and that just shows the importance of the guy in the band, you know.
You're absolutely right. You must remember as well, it's also quite well documented also through Pino Pescatola and many others, is that Martin, okay, he's 60 years old now, so he certainly is a grown man, but certainly back in those days, he's a very non-confrontational type person. So I think he was more likely to sulk if he didn't like something. So it was kind of like, classic example, he'd be out and he'd come back. Yeah, oh yeah, we're talking about enjoy the silence. Exactly, well done. He'd come back in. He's like, "Oh, I don't know, Alan," and Alan's like, "Just humor me." And I don't know, but it would probably be going to. And then, so think about this. It's well documented on the Songs of Faith and Devotion documentary how Martin and Alan were really falling out, especially on the last day of mixing. They were like shouting at each other. Flood said it was awful. So you can imagine Martin to get to that level. He really needed Fletch to say, "Okay." He'd come in and say, "All right, Alan, listen, this is what Martin wants." So I think, you know, we give Martin, certainly I'm guilty of giving Martin so much praise, and I'm guilty of giving Alan so much praise, but without that Fletch glue in the middle, I think they would have dissolved a long time ago. And even up until pretty recently, it's also well documented that Dave has fancied himself as more of a songwriter. And I can imagine, and I can see why Martin would be quite defensive, because let's face it, Depeche Mode don't release an album every year, it's every 4 years. So Martin's probably thinking, hang on here, we're releasing an album every 4 years. You know, we're putting 10 to 12 songs. They've got to be very good songs. And Dave, no disrespect, they're not up to standard. So this caused a bit of friction, and it was Fletch, of course, who came in and did the mediation there. So he's been, up until recent days, in value, you know, worth his weight in gold, I think.
Yeah, and I think, and I'll let everybody else talk off this, but I don't know what everybody else's views are at the moment, but I know Depeche Mode are a very private band, but I'm quite surprised there hasn't been any releases from the members of the band.
I'm not surprised by that. It took them a while even to comment on David Bowie's passing. This is even hits way closer to home. So I'm
just saying it out there, Rob. I'm surprised that, you know, I mean, obviously I wasn't very with Blake's text message grab, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that shouldn't have gone public, I don't think. But
I think he should have kept that to himself.
Yeah, I agree.
Personally,
I wanted to also mention, you guys were talking about the musicality. A year ago, this weekend, we had a in-person drink and chat with John Fryer, who was the engineer on the first two Depeche Mode albums. And during that time, he was telling us about how Fletch was performing live in the studio on those first two albums. So yeah, so that's a very integral part of, you know, Depeche Mode's evolution. And back then they didn't have MIDI, so you know these guys are actually playing this instruments during when they're recording these albums that we love. So
you can actually hear that, Rob, on the earlier. There's a good performance. I think it was Hammersmith somewhere, 1983, and I'm sure there's a lot of musicians and producers in here. I mean, you can hear when something's played live, can't you? And you can actually hear those bass lines are actually hand played. And I was fascinated, Rob, because you're as we all do, we've got a thing for Rob up the ante. Rob's got access to all the material and stuff. And I think it was Rob, I think you sent me a bootleg of 101. And it was fascinating to hear because that record is etched in my conscious, as I'm sure many people's is. And it was interesting to hear the bootleg, which was recorded from someone obviously had a tape recorder inside the stadium. And it was interesting to hear the songs being played, but they sounded different to the record, not in a bad way, but even the great Alan Wilder, when you heard Behind the Wheel, you heard ding, 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 ding. And it was all played right, but you could hear the humanity in the playing. It wasn't sort of like tarted up, because Alan did say the album was tarted up. So so when you listen to the 101 record, you listen to the 101 record, it sounds flawless because it's obviously being doctored. The point I'm trying to make is coming back to the earlier Fletch recordings. You can really hear how hand played that stuff was.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna move on to a question, but please, if anybody needs to leave anytime soon, send me a private message and I'll bring you on if you'd like to share something. Larry, you have a question.
I just want to say like a few things about Fletch that first of all, before I do that, I just want to give everyone a virtual hug because I know this has greatly affected everyone. So if we could all do a virtual hug real quick, that'd be nice. Okay, so when I first heard this, you know, I thought it sounded like a rumor, but you know, as I kept looking, then I realized it was true, and I had no words really. And one of the things that I thought of immediately was the group, because like you people are my second family, and you know, I was thinking about how this affected like even the day after his passing, when I woke up and went to school, I just thought, you know, something's not right. And you know, like even coming on to this meeting, just seeing how the mood just all of a sudden changed, it's very dramatic. And just one of the things that I do think of whenever I do think of Fletch would be his bass lines. And just to give you like two examples of two Depeche albums with great bass lines on them, it would definitely be like these two right here. This one in particular, I will never forget the Behind the Wheel riff that he played. Dun, dun, dun. And which I had no idea he played until I saw like, it was on the Touring the Angel DVD. In the clip where it gets to Behind the Wheel, there's an aerial view where it shows Fletch actually playing that one part. And then you're like, oh my God, he actually played that part. Yeah, just what I actually had this, this theory, last night. It was, I was thinking back to when I first started getting into Depeche Mode and first like researching them. When I was 14 and I discovered Depeche Mode, as I got older, I found you guys. So basically what my theory was is I found Depeche Mode helped me find you guys. And just like again, like I'm so sorry about everyone's loss. I know this has taken a big hit to everyone, especially to you, Rob, as the creator and the leader of this group. I know that they've been a big influence into this whole group. And just one of the things that I realize, the more new people that I meet on this group, the more friendlier they become. And I gotta thank the Depeche Mode for helping me find you guys, and
We love you, Larry. Well done. Well
just
done.
making me feel home. And Fletch.
Larry, that was very well said, and you have inspired something when you said about the virtual hug. You made me think of the fact Fletch's favorite song was World in My Eyes. This should be our virtual hug to Fletch.
Well said, Larry. Well done, mate. That's, and I met you at the start of the lockdown and stuff, and do you know what? You're a top man. You're a top man.
Yeah, it's just real different seeing how the mood changed.
Oh, well, the
Thank
lockdown
you,
started.
Larry.
He was a boy. He's a man now. You're 18 now, Larry.
I'm gonna be 18 in 4 months.
Oh, yeah, our youngest member. Yeah.
Wow.
Well said, Larry. Lovely.
Yes,
Cheers,
thank
mate.
you so much, Larry. We're gonna next go on. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Cyrillian?
Sai, is that right? Sai?
Hi, yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. All the way from Mesa, Arizona, and what a wonderful way to celebrate Fletch. I've been a fan, I'm 52, so I've been a fan since I was 13. And I saw them in 1985 in San Diego, their first gig in San Diego. I went to that. And sorry if I'm getting a little misty-eyed, but I heard the news. I was listening to Richard Blade on First Wave, and when he announced it, and I was in the room with my husband, and it took my breath away. And my son had to run in the room and ask what was going on because I just about lost it. And Depeche Mode have been in my life for a long time, and I play keyboards, Bon George, and they're the first band that I felt the connection to because I didn't play guitar, I played piano, and I could actually play their songs on my keyboard and on my piano. First song I learned was probably "Just Can't Get Enough," just because it was easy for me to learn. And then I taught myself how to play Somebody. When I saw them in 1985 during the Some Great War tour, I bought every album. I thought I was late to the party in 1985, and so I bought everything prior and then everything after. I've seen them probably every tour. I think the only tour I missed were like the ultra parties because I couldn't get to LA, and Sounds of the Universe because they canceled in San Diego that year, and I couldn't get to LA because I had just given birth to my son. So, but I have met Alan Wilder, who's lovely, but Fletch definitely is the glue, and I kind of feel like I'm glad that there's a community and that the devotees are here for each other because I haven't been okay in the last 3 days. I thought I would be okay, but it's touching. And Von George, I watched your video, and it explains everything that I've been feeling. That a loss, it's almost like religious and spiritual, and I felt like a loss of a family member. And but I just wanted to come on and express my feelings and to know that there's such a great community and such a wonderful family. And Larry, well said earlier, and glad to have such a young guy, also a fan of Depeche Mode as I don't want to call oldies, I guess. What do we call ourselves? Who are up there in the age of being Depeche Mode fans. But again, just it's good to be in a community where I can express my grief, and thank you.
Thank you very much. We're
Very well said.
vintage.
Thank you.
Vintage,
yeah.
there you go.
Yeah. Can I just say, how do I pronounce your name?
Cyrillin.
Cyrillin. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Can I just say, and you taught yourself how to play, is that right? So you've played
Yes.
right yet. And
Well, no,
I
actually I did take lessons growing up, but all the Depeche Mode songs I pretty much learned on my own.
I just want to say that I obviously taught myself and just can't get enough of. Obviously, I've learned to play them all now, obviously, because I'm that old and I've been doing it for that long. But just can't get enough took me quite a while. So to start off with that, full respect, because it's not easy to start off.
Not.
You know, so I think I started with Stripped. Dun, dun, dun. Anyway, lovely words then, and you are just you know, it's quite nice that we've got a community like this where people can speak like this. And I actually want to, Rob, in all sincerity, say this to you, and I said it on my chat last night. There's in the UK, yeah, we've got a beer. It's called Carlsberg, I think, yeah, and it goes, Carlsberg didn't invent football, but if they did, it would be the best football in the world. So what I want to say is Rob Rom didn't invent Zoom, but he gave us something here and he kind of pioneered what we have here. So I think we should all have a drink to Rob. So thank you for this community, Rob. You've spawned a movement, Jana. I sincerely
Fletch.
The Fletch, for sure.
All right, moving
I'll
on
have a
to
drink.
people that need to leave soon. I've got Gare. Gare, can you hear me? Gare. Man. Where are you? There you are. Hello. I can't hear you though. Oh, you're trying to work on it. Okay. Do you want me to move on or nod your head or shake your head? I mean, I can come back to you.
Can you hear me
Come
now?
back to him next.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, I was trying to connect this mother.
we hear you. We hear you.
All right. So yeah, I might have to leave very soon. I'm sorry, but this is the only day my wife is like actually taking a day off from work in a week and a half. So I might have to take her out. But I wanted to share a few things actually with all of you. I mean, and probably I'm going to be able to share my screen or something if I can.
We can make that happen, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, give me a little bit of control here so I can start sharing something.
Okay, you are able to now.
Okay, good. So I'm going to be sharing a few things actually. The first one, and this is for everyone who says that Fletch can't play. Okay, first I'm going to be sharing that this summarizes Fletch in a way too. Do you remember this piece? Wait a second. Let me go back. This. So you remember that part, right? Fletch touches that girl and that girl passes away. And probably this girl is here. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, but it's like, oh my God, right? It's like the only one who can actually provoke something like that live in the middle of a concert, because nobody went that close and touched anyone. So he did that. So that is out of, you know, like humanity. He was like trying to connect with people right there. Then I will show you this, which is another scene from 101. And I'm sorry, I found this just like it's translated in Spanish, but I could find it here so I can share it with you. Maybe I can share with audio so everybody can hear too. I need to do it as I'm sharing, right?
Yeah, you need to select it when before you share. Yeah.
Yeah, let me see. Share sound. He's asking me for, and now you can hear.
We immediately, yeah, we do well.
Can you hear now?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Well, I can't hear you, but probably you can hear. Well, that is actually Fletch playing guitar, right? Everybody's saying like Fletch can't play any music, right? or couldn't play any music. So there you go. It's a really short scene, right? I mean, it's Martin with Fletch in a music house actually in Nashville. Everybody probably here knows that Nashville is like the beginning of rock and roll and everything else, right? Like Memphis and everything. It's like at the south of the US. So there is Martin actually playing that portion. That, in my opinion, that was this mode, like playing that he's doing, is the beginning of Person Keys, by the way. But anyways, that's just me. And this is even like, you know, Fletch grabbing a Johnny Cash cassette, which also speaks about like the musical culture that they have, right? It's not just like electronic music. Let me stop sharing because I can hear you by any. So can you hear me back?
Yeah, we're just all muted, letting you talk. But
oh, okay, perfect.
If you want response, we can respond back to you. That
was
an excellent point with the video showing Fletch playing there, right there, actually.
Yeah, I couldn't even hear like the video itself, so I was playing it and I couldn't hear if you were actually hearing, but
we heard it.
Okay, perfect. So that is for me a good representation of like Fletch can play. So I would say this, and probably we'll keep it short. I have this feeling that Fletch didn't play much in Depeche Mode live, not because he couldn't, it was by option, right? He decided probably to not to do it. He felt like he could play other parts, and the parts that he could play actually live, he will do it. But he left like whatever was the live playing to somebody else because he felt that probably someone else was whatever more qualified or whatever that is. But he was able to play, right? I mean, and you said it, Rob. I mean, or somebody was saying here, like in the first few records, he was playing live. So, and that part of the video showing how he can actually play guitar, and he was fluid. He wasn't like just, you know, playing like one string at a time. He was just actually playing something really well. So that shows that he could play. And if he decided, it was because probably he decided to not to go with it. So I'm going to be sharing actually two things that I have with Fletch. And unfortunately, again, it was late in the game. It was just Hollywood Bowl. You can see here like you can see here the Hollywood Bowl like posters. That was in 2018, I think, or yeah, 18, right, Rob? Beginning of 18 or 17?
October 2017.
17. Yeah, I got it wrong because 18 was the second leg in the US. So you're right. So two things that I'm going to share is like the first one is like I was at the Hollywood Bowl and I was able to go to the after party. I think we chat about this in some other, you know, drinks and chats before. And literally it was my first time like having them so close and able to interact with them. I've never, you know, as many of you know, I mean, I'm from Argentina. They never came there. I mean, they came there just a few times and it was impossible to get even close to them before. So when I came here and I was able to get to the after party, it was like my first chance to have them like very close. And I get there and I'm just like hanging around and literally he shows up. He's the first one showing up, right? He's like getting inside of that area that it was the after party. He's literally walking towards me, like right to me. He looks at me and I was like, "Hey, Andy," and he's like nothing. And the bodyguard was like, "No," and I was like, "Okay." And then he passed me by, and he went to like an area, and he went for a smoke. So I was like, "Okay, that was my only chance, and probably I wasted it completely, and there was no way to talk to him." But I was just walking around and suddenly I found him again. And it was like, well, I'm gonna even try because it's like I tried before and he didn't want to talk to me. He wanted to get his smoke. And I passed by and he looks at me and he's like, "Hey, do you like the show?" And it's like, what the hell? It's like, he's talking to me. And he was like, yeah, I like, I'm talking to you. So we engaged in probably like a 10-minute conversation. We chatted briefly about like a few things, and for some reason, someone took a picture of me talking to him, and I'm sharing it right now. That is me talking to Fletch in the middle of that party, and that was my only like interaction with Fletch, like person to person and being able to chat to him. But those 10 minutes, they made my, entire, like, I don't know, Depeche Mode fan life in a way. Actually, that day I had the chance to meet probably everyone except Dave. But it was like really cool that he actually talked to me straight away. Maybe he remembered that he put me aside, whatever, like when he passed by or whatever, but he was able to talk to me. And that is the first one. And the second one that also shows, that I want to share with you guys, that actually shows Fletch in the way that he used to be, like very human, is this. And I'm going to share with sound. So I had the chance to go to actually South America for this last tour too. And I went to Buenos Aires, where I'm from originally. So I had a few friends there that they say, okay, we're gonna hang out. I'm gonna go, like, to the hotel where they're staying. So I say, okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna try to keep it, low profile, and I'm gonna be like doing any crazy things. But literally, Dave came out and Martin came out, and Martin signed the day before, but that day he came out and he was straight to the van, like Dave too, like straight to the van. But here is like a video. I don't know if you can hear the sound. There is Fletch.
How are you, Andy?
Look at the queen.
Andy, please, Andy.
You can fly. Very gently. Signing pretty much everything. Very patient.
Quieto, quieto. Please, here. Thank you very much, Andy.
Ya firmó, deja pasar a otro. Ya te firmó, deja pasar a otro, por favor.
Andy, please. Andy.
Hola, chicos. Sin gritar, chicos, por favor.
Thank you very much, Andy. I love you, Depeche Mode.
Despacio, chicos, despacio, por favor, chicos. Despacio, chicos. Muy bien. Muy bien, el que firmó se retira.
Sí, traerlo para acá porque nosotros estamos esperando.
Los que ya firmaron, que ya vayan saliendo, chicos, por favor.
All right. Well, that's all I wanted to share, guys. And that shows, to me, it shows what Fletch was, how capable was actually to perform, like either guitar, whatever. I mean, he was a musician. You don't get there just by not doing anything. I mean, you don't get to 40 years of a career with Depeche Mode if you're not able to play, put the band together, or whatever you did. So that was my take. And I'm sad as you are. I'm probably, again, digesting it in a much different way. And as everybody was saying, like when I heard the news first, I thought this is not real, but it was coming from the source when I saw it at first. So it was like, this must have to be real. So, but I it really sinked really deep when, like 3 days after that, probably. It's like, I couldn't, believe it initially. So yeah, that's probably, I see like a few hands up. So I don't know if that was about my videos or anything.
That was excellent. You just nailed it. Like anybody else who wants to share things, we can give you the capability to share like he did. Or if you're not unfamiliar with how to do that, you can send us any images or video links or whatever, and you can talk about it and we could share it for you. But that was perfect what you said and what you shared there. I love that.
Thanks.
Thanks,
that was awesome.
Gare. We need to move on because some people actually leave in 2 minutes and 5 minutes and 10 minutes. So I'm going to move on to those people first. Also, don't forget to mute if you're not up speaking. I'd like to call up Claudio Mike next, as he has to leave in a second. Claudio, are you there? Just saw.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Yeah,
Hello.
sorry, but I can't go on my video because I have some problem with my connection. So, hello, everyone from Bucharest, Romania. I have a little story to tell you. So, I have 48 years old. I hope my English is not poor, so you understand me, guys. So, my first connection with Depeche Mode was in 1987. Uh, I give you the context. Until 1989, we are under the communist period. We are not allowed to listen uh, other music than Romanian music. So it was a shit situation for us. So we have we have some friends outside in Germany that they send us some magnetophone. I don't know. You know what is magnetophone tapes? Yes, before double deck cassette and other stuff, and they are smuggling into Romania. So we listen Depeche Mode in 87, 88, 89. So that was my first contact with Depeche Mode. Also, after the 99, after the Romanian Revolution, yes, 1990, we start a club uh, with some guys. So we develop a community, yes, Romanian Depeche Mode fan club. So those guys are my family. Also, you guys are my family. So when you live and you grow with Depeche Mode, I mean, in my case, when someone lost his life, like Andy, you have the feeling you lost a part of your youth, a part of your life. Yes.
Yes.
For us in Romania, was pretty hard until 90. Yeah, because we have, I don't know how to say, and I want to be short, some underground business, black ops with Depeche Mode tapes and stuff like that. We are not allowed to listen in public and stuff like this. We go to a friend's house and put music, listen to Depeche Mode and stuff like that. So when I heard what happened with Andy, my phone starts to ring, and also I give some calls. Some guys give me a call to ask me some questions because they know me. I'm in the Depeche Mode community in Romania. Yes, but I don't want to comment. Yes, on radio or newspapers or something like this. It's kind of hard times for me and for all my brothers in Romania, and I guess it's a hard time for everyone. Yes. Uh, so I met Andy 3 times in 2006, 2013, and the last time was in July 2017 in Cluj-Napoca, because I stay in the same hotel as the guys stay. So I met Andy at the hotel bar. We share some couple of drinks here, 20 minutes. We stay in the hotel bar, but as you guys said, he was a very decent guy. It's like my just like my neighborhood. Yeah, it's just my good neighbor. Yeah. I mean, you know what I want to say. He was not a superstar in his conception. He's just like all other guys. Yeah, was pretty cool. Say okay, says hello, enjoy the show, share some ideas, but that's all. And I have some pictures, like some videos from Cluj-Napoca before the show when they arrive at the hotel, and also when they leave the hotel to the stadium. So maybe I will share with you guys, where I will send you to Tusa, and maybe, yeah, okay. That's what I wanna say.
Thank
Love
you
you guys.
so much. Thank you. Love
Yeah.
you.
Brilliant,
And so
brilliant.
happy
Lovely
you
words.
came. You said it spot on. A part of our childhood has really just, almost disappeared. And it's really,
Yeah,
really
I mean,
hard to take.
that's far because you know, when you listen to Depeche Mode almost 33, 34 years, and you're a fan for 30 years, and you grow up with those guys, it's kind of hard when something's happened. Okay, you seem like you lost a part of your childhood or part of your life, yeah, period.
Absolutely.
Thank you. God bless everyone.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Not,
Bye.
I've got
Thank you.
I've got a few people that actually have to leave in 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 8 minutes. Nadia, do you have to leave soon? Are you staying?
Yes,
for?
yes, I have to leave. Yeah. Okay, I'll be super quick. So, hi everybody. I'm working for Night Cereb. I'm doing their social media, and I'm also their photographer and touring with them. And they are not speaking yet. Night Cereb is not speaking yet because they are not ready, but they are preparing something, of course. Bon Harris did a homage 2 days ago during a live stream. That was very hard for me because I'm a big Depeche Mode fan, so I was filming with one hand and I was crying and I was taking pictures at the same time. And Bon started to sing Depeche Mode in Sympathy. And what you don't see in the live stream on Instagram, because it's a vertical screen, there was a little girl. It was in a shop, I didn't precise. The live stream was in a record store. And there was a little girl, she was maybe 5 years old, and she was shopping with her dad. And as she started to hear Depeche Mode, she started to dance. And she was like just vibing on Depeche Mode. And I was like, suddenly I went from crying to seeing this little girl vibing to the homage to Fletch and to Depeche Mode. And I was like, okay. It's I don't know, it was a magic moment. And yeah, I met Andrew a few times also just as a Depeche Mode fan. So one time was for the release of the 101, the re-release of the 101 DVD in Paris. He did a screening where he was there to take question and answers. And at the end, he went outside to have a smoke, and I asked him for some fire. And that's the first time I spoke to Andrew, was to ask him some fire. I'm not very proud that I was smoking, but I'm not smoking anymore. And the last time was also in Berlin in a hotel. He was at the bar and we were with some other friends having a drink there, and we went to the bar to ask for more drinks. And he asked us if we were going to the show, and we asked him how he was feeling about it, and he told us that he was really excited about Berlin, and they were filming it that night, so it was a special night for them. And he was just very kind. You spoke to him, it was like if you were speaking to an old friend. He took you like an old friend. He didn't have a huge ego. He was very nice, very just very nice. So that's all I have to say. I'm going to go eat. Simon says hi. He's part of Night Cereb also.
Hi, Sai.
The graphic designer of Night Cereb. So if you own any records by Night Cereb, he's responsible for that. And he's making my dinner in the kitchen now. I speak about him.
Please tell him we send our love.
The last thing is we've all been on social media a lot the past days. I started to see that some of us were not okay. And don't hesitate to send a DM if you see like a line on Twitter about someone saying that they're not okay because of Fletch. Like, send them a DM or a reply or a DM on Instagram and check on them, even if you don't know them. I think I made 3 or 4 new Depeche Mode friends like that the past days because I spotted that they were not doing okay. And we are a family in the good and the bad moments. So let's take care of each other. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadia. Love you. Thank
And make sure you
you.
watch that live version of it was With Sympathy or In Sympathy. It was
Yeah, in sympathy. Yeah.
beautiful.
I shared it on the Depeche Mode Global group on Facebook if you want to watch it.
Thank you so much.
you.
Sending our
Bye-bye.
love to you guys.
All right, we're moving on to a couple people that have to leave very, very soon. Alice, please go ahead, and then Stigin, I'm coming to you next.
Hey everybody, those who don't know me, my name's Alice. I have a little company called Knithead, and I made the Mohawk hat that Martin wore during the Playing the Angel tour. I've been a huge fan since 1985 when I was 14. They've been my favorite band. I've had the honor and pleasure of meeting them several times. My first time was in '87. I had painted Depeche Mode on my denim jacket, and my friends and I'm from Jersey, so we drove to Maryland to see them. And one of the guards at the back was so impressed with my jacket, he let me go backstage to meet the band and have them sign it. And I specifically recall Andy and Martin being really impressed with it and being very encouraging to continue with my artistic endeavors. So that meant the world to me. And I never thought in a million years I would create this hat and then get it to them at Tower Records, and then Martin would wear it on tour. But Andy was always so sweet and so kind. And when I got backstage during Playing the Angel, because I had made Martin a hat, Andy asked me if I would make him a larger hat, because I had initially made 3 hats, the black one for Dave, I did a black, gray, and white Union Jack for Martin, and then an olive green one for Andy, and then Martin took all 3. So, and Andy said they didn't fit his head. He was like, I have a large head. So, and I was like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to get it to you. So he put me on the list for tickets and backstage passes for the following night, because I had only could afford tickets to that first night. So I went home high as a kite and stayed up the entire night making him a hat. And I was actually when you do a pattern, you have to switch yarn. So I was during the concert, my husband was holding his phone with this flashlight, and I was weaving in the loose ends and sewing my tag in. But I got it to him, and so that was pretty fantastic. And I ran into him at Martin's DJ gig, and he remembered me. So it's beyond devastating, obviously, for all of us. The other thing is my father was diagnosed with Parkinson's stage 5 and is currently at home receiving hospice care. So we're going to probably most likely lose him this week or next. So it's been a very intense and very upsetting and trying 2 months. So to get this, information about Andy the other day was just beyond devastating. So I feel like I'm losing family members. I mean, I know a lot of people feel this, since the pandemic and the war in the Ukraine and school shootings and all these types of things. So it just feels like, every day is just kind of more and more tragedy and sadness. So, I just hope that we can all have some happiness and some closure moving forward. But I'm running to acupuncture now because I've had a migraine for 3 days from all the upset and stress. So I just wanted to say thanks to everybody. All of my best friends I've met through Depeche Mode. They really are like a family and good friends, as most of you feel as well. So it's great to have this community, and thanks, Rob. And I'm gonna head out, but it was great to share some time with all of you.
Thank you, Alice. I'm sorry that you had to run out of time. I don't know if you wanted to share your screen or any of the images.
Oh yeah, I was quickly gonna share my screen. I just was gonna show some pictures. That's all.
Yeah, I've set you up as co-host. So
Thank you. So yeah, here's Andy and I backstage at Madison Square Garden, just chatting.
Oh,
I mean, of course, I feel like he's, a dear friend because, we've listened to him and watched him and all these, but it's like he acts the same way, back to the fans. It's just incredible. Then this was us. This is when I first was talking to him backstage. And then here he is trying on my hat, which was too small on his head. And then this is just a clip from Brat's video where he shot at the Tower Records. That's just me handing them the hats. So I just wanted to share those.
Awesome. Thanks.
Wow.
That is
Alice.
amazing.
Thank you,
Thank you
Alice.
so much for sharing.
Thank you all. I'll see you soon, hopefully.
We're sending our love.
Bye, bye, Alice.
Bye,
Bye.
Alice.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Ellen.
All right. I hope I'm not butchering your name, Stygian. Is that right? Please tell me.
It's Stygian.
Stygian. Got it.
Yes. So hi guys. So I wanted to say a few words, obviously, but the biggest thing is, I know this is hard on all of us. I remember the day it happened. I just woke up and I got a text from one of my fellow devotee friends. And they said, "Did you hear the news? Rest in peace, Fletch." And my heart felt like it was gonna stop, you know? And then I look at my Instagram feed and my Facebook feed, and so many people are just expressing how they're sorry for Fletch. And I'm like, did he die? So I went on Depeche Mode because, you know, I heard a rumor and words travel far, you know, so it's obviously like it's a rumor, but I just had to go to the page and there it was, the black square with the text. And I started crying, and I haven't cried that hard in years. All I can say is Depeche Mode has been part of my life since I can remember. It helped me through some very hard times. And they've helped me find a reason to live because, you know, pleasure, little treasure, you know, you got to keep going. But honestly, just losing Fletch, who was honestly, because I saw that video where Martin was saying that he was his friend since they were like 12. They're just so close to each other. And I can just imagine what Martin's going through right now is just horrible. And I saw that text about how he feels like a zombie. And oh my God, it's just hard. I have a little group of friends on Instagram, and we've been kind of taking care of each other for the past few days because it just feels so weird. Even listening to Depeche Mode after what happened, it makes me just feel a bit more, a tinge of bittersweetness than it used to be. It just, knowing that a key member of the group is gone. And honestly, I know music is immortal and it carries on the message that, we just got to keep going with it. But, it's just hard. It's hard, and we've got to just keep going together. But what can I say? It's the best we got is keep listening to their music, keep being devoted, and spread the love of Depeche Mode. But yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you, Stygian. That was very sweet.
Of course.
Thank you. And you have a great voice. Are you a singer?
Well, the only songs I sing are Depeche Mode songs. So, I mean,
Okay.
I'm trying to form a cover band, but
Very cool. I could hear that you should, so that's good.
oh, thank you so much.
Let's post it on your cover band if you ever get it together.
Yeah. I did make a short piano cover, a slower version of Never Let Me Down on my Instagram page. That got a lot of attention, but I made it as a memorial, kind of the day that I heard Fletch died, is just kind of showing that, I'm sorry and, we're in it together.
Feel free to share your Instagram name here if you'd like.
Oh, it's Stygian Sistel, but I'll put it in the chat if you guys would like to see. It's one of my
Perfect.
reels.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
You actually are really beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank
Larry.
you. It's starting, you guys. It's starting. All right, I'm going to move on to Nick Lewis. Are you here?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Hi, Nick.
Hello everyone. Great to see you all, even though the circumstances are quite sad, obviously. I just kind of wanted to share my immediate reactions to it. And it goes back to what Vaughan was saying earlier and how people don't really appreciate his contribution to the band. And whether this is the case or not, time will tell. But when I first heard the news, I thought, well, that's it, no more Depeche Mode. And you don't think that if that person wasn't vital to the functioning of the group, or their contribution to the group was minimal. People sort of think, oh, it's just a guy standing behind a keyboard, but he was instrumental in sort of keeping the show on the road. And for me as well, he really sort of was a torchbearer for their pop music sympathies, and also the kept the electronica, I feel, in the group. I know Martin subsequently has done a lot of electronica albums, but I felt in the early 90s or the mid 90s when they're going more and more rock, I just always got this perception, especially knowing what tracks Fletch favoured, that he kept the electronica in the mix. And for me, that's a vital part of Depeche. And if he weren't there, I think they would have gone full out rock, which, fair enough, may have worked for them. But for me, that is the vital ingredient that's kept me engaged and also makes them distinct. So, yeah, it's incredibly sad. And I think, it's just testament to him that was my immediate gut reaction, really. So thank you for listening.
I agree, Nick. I agree completely. And I think even when he, his favourite tracks of certain albums, like In Sympathy and whatever, do you know what I mean? He was always the electronic guy, He was always the one that I think Dave was always pushing for the the more rock stuff. But you're right, Nick. Absolutely. Well said.
Thank you, Nick. Oh, okay, there we go. Marisol, can you hear me? I don't know if she left. Okay,
She's still there. She's just her video's off now. Marisol, are you on? Oh, she's still logged in. I don't know if she's walked away.
I'll share a small story because I have to leave soon for lots of crap reasons. But
I'm back.
Oh, are you back? Marisol, are you on a lunch break at work?
Actually, I'm about to have lunch. I have to have my lunch and then I'm going back to work.
All right, let's have you go. Share your story, please.
Well, I have many things to share indeed, but basically, two things I want to share is the first thing that the reason why all Peruvian people love Fletch is that he was the first Depeche Mode member to come. I mean, in 2007, he played a DJ session in a club, and I was there, and many people went there. So it was the first experience ever. Everybody went crazy. I have some pictures that are not mine. I don't know if I can share the screen. Is it possible?
Give me a second to set you up.
Yeah. Those belong from a photographer. Actually, I want to share his website, his Facebook page. His name is Javier Zapata. He's a journalist. He works for different magazines here in Peru and paper and press. And he has even published a book with all the gigs here in Lima. Yes.
You can share now, by the way.
It's possible now to do it. Okay. Let me share now. I have the screen. Yes, perfect. So I'm going to do it right now. And he was the photographer, and there are different photographs. This is the photograph Fletch moving, is waving us, saying hello. It was amazing. You see all the crowd that was there. We went crazy every time he was DJing. He was putting the albums up, and the people was cheering. And he moved one side, everybody followed him. We moved to the other side. It was amazing, and it was a look at the crowd. Those are his pictures, by the way. Javier Zapata is the name of the photographer. And as you see, it was crazy. It was the first approach we got. And thanks to this DJ session, 2009, the Depeche Mode came. So that's why all Peruvian people love Fletch, because it was thanks to this that he came to Peru. we have never been, taken into consideration before that. So we really dreamt about having Depeche Mode here. It was a dream until Fletch came. It was a total dream. And my personal experiences with Fletch were, well, most of you know that I managed the fan club in Lima. And on the last tour, I was there at the hotel, but I have also an anecdote to tell you about it. Okay, but let me share with you. Oh, well, those are not my photos. Those are the photos from the photographer that is Javier Zapata. His name is a very recognized photographer, journalist related to events and that here in Peru. His name is Javier Zapata. I just wanted to say that. These are my videos because I managed the club and we were there when they came and when they left the hotel. So those are the exact moments that I was there. So we were filming. Well, so it was a very short one. And also the anecdote I have to tell you was about the hotel. It had a story. We were not the only ones. Many Latin American people went, and there were Chileans, Argentinians during the last time when the guys came. And the problem is that everybody was there. And I had two different moments in the hotel. I was there with the guys watching them, and the bodyguards were acquainted that there were many, fans there. This is when Martin was passing by. I was in the lobby, and everybody went crazy, and they didn't let us get closer because there were many people. We were entering. This is Fletch exactly when he was trying to enter into the van. I had breakfast with some friends in the lobby of the hotel, but it was quite obvious. The problem is that we were so many, let's say fans camouflage, but I think many of the fans from, not only from Lima, were inside the hotel, Argentinians, Chileans, and there were like some quarrels among devotees. It shouldn't have been, but at least I could have the closest moments, or those are my pictures from a friend of mine. We were filming and the guys were over there, so it was really special. And during the concert, I was on the front row in the last Global Spiritual Concert in Lima, and I could see, I don't know if I can swear that this happened, but I could swear that he was like smiling at me and my group of friends because we were cheering and we went crazy for everything the guys were doing on the stage. So it was wonderful. And I think I would really miss Fletch. I don't know what will happen afterwards with the band, but I think this was a very heavy hit in my heart. I don't know how to express, but when I got the news, I thought it was a joke, but it wasn't. It's very hard indeed to overcome this thing. But that's it, what I have to say.
Thank you, Marisol.
Thank you.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm starting to cry. I don't know why it happened all right now, but it's just it's difficult, isn't it? It's our whole life. I feel weird doing this because I've had friends that don't understand, that are like, why are you crying? But I know that you guys all understand. I assume you
absolutely understand.
Don't worry, we all have the
Sending you lots of hugs at Tusa. It's me, Susie.
Virtual hug. Virtual hug.
Let's hug among ourselves.
We understand it,
all-
Tusa.
we
We
love
love
you.
you,
Atusa.
We
We feel
love
the
you.
same way.
We're
Even if
rooting
we don't
for
feel it
you.
on the outside, it's on the inside. You know, I feel exactly the same way you do. We're with you, baby.
There are certain moments where you just can't. It just comes. I couldn't verbalize it when I first was trying to say about it, and even On my way up to OMD, Never Let Me Down Again came on, and I just lost it. I couldn't, so you can't control when you're going to feel or, just break down. It's just, I'm sure we're going to have many tears today. So,
Yeah.
but we're all there with you, and we completely understand it. Absolutely.
Thanks, you guys. It's so hard. I'm seeing so many tissues out there, and I don't have any. Look at me like this, but I'll show a really, really short, sweet story about Fletch, and then I've got to go. I shared a story the other day on a different Zoom that we had about swapping cigarettes with Fletch. I'm not going to share that because I know there's lots of the same people, and it's a silly story. But no, this story is about just what a sweet person he is, and how he is just like family, or just a friend, or just like a regular old bloke that's just very considerate. It was during the Exciter tour, and I know, Rob, you were there at Hard Rock, and we were all staying at the same hotel as them, and it was a shock. I thought I was going to Hard Rock, seeing them at the show, and they're going to stay somewhere else completely different. But no, they were staying at the hotel, and they weren't leaving the hotel. So I was downstairs in the casino eating food with my friends, and decided to go and hit the tables. And I turn around, and Fletch is sitting at a blackjack table. And I thought, well, I've met him before. I'm not going to say, hey, do you remember me from such and such? That was last year. And I just went up to him and I said, hey, do you have good luck today? And he said, hey, I remember you from Four Seasons. That's where I had stalked him the year prior. And it was really sweet because it's really nice for him to remember me. Back then, and I think, Rob, you might have this also, but at the Hard Rock, they had gambling chips that actually had Depeche Mode and their faces on the back of the chip. I looked at the table in front of Fletch and I said, what's it like having your face on gambling chips? And he says, I don't care as long as I win more of them. And I said, well, I really like them and I'm having trouble getting some, so I'm going to go and try to see what I can find. He said, well, you can have this one. So I don't know if you can see well, but that's the chip. So he gave me,
God, that's gorgeous.
He gave me that, and I didn't have my money with me, so I didn't give him money back for it. And I apologized to him, and he said, oh, it's okay. So this is like one of the only things, except for that other pack of cigarettes that you guys know about, that I got from him. But
so cool.
A couple days later, somebody came to my hotel room and said, oh, they're going to be leaving soon. So I kind of like thought, well, I'll go downstairs and see if I can see them or say goodbye. I didn't see anybody. So I was going back up to my room and I bumped into Fletch again. And I said, I took one of these ones, which is not a Depeche Mode one. I think it's like Black Rose from another time maybe. And I told him that he could have this one. And he said, no, it's okay. You can just keep it. So this has been like super, super extra special to me. Just such a nice guy.
Oh my gosh! So you technically owe him $5.
I technically owe him $5. Yeah.
I can't believe he was actually gambling with the Depeche Mode chips. That's hilarious. I seen him at blackjack inside, and the table was full. Otherwise, I would have joined. And I saw him playing at the pool, but I was in the pool, and I should have just played with him because nobody was at his table in the pool. They had a blackjack. Now I kick myself that I didn't, but I actually waited in line for those chips. I was the first person when they released them. And I bought 20 of the $5 chips and 4 of the $25 chips. I just gave one of those chips to Mike LaJoy 2 days ago for his birthday. So that's a
wow.
story. That I wish Mike was here to hear that too, but
me too.
That is awesome that you got it from Fletch himself. That's phenomenal.
Yeah. I got a matchbook from Martin, but that was not as special as with Fletch, because I mean he was just a wonderful person, very sweet, very considerate, very kind, just a regular old person. That's why the loss is just a little extra something because he was that kind of sweet instead of, you know, a bigger person that has kind of that rock star quality. I don't know. It's just something extra.
Yeah.
Hold
I
on,
know
Larry,
that a lot of our
before
Okay,
you go on, so Atusa, you mentioned you're going to have to go. So if anybody had met, if you need to leave early or anything, message me directly in the chat now, or Jeff Ford, and let us know that you are going to have to go, because we want to get to everyone. If you want to share stories, moments, even just what you're feeling, you know, we want everyone to be able to participate in this. It's not, you know, it's for all of us to get over this. And we're hearing such phenomenal stories and seeing such, you know, beautiful things. I want everyone to be able, and we're capturing this on YouTube. So there's people watching. Actually, Yuri sends his love. He's watching on YouTube. We have people from all over the world that are out there, actually. Argentina, Belgium, Sweden, they're all checking in on YouTube. So, you know, I know we have them here as well, but there's people still watching, a big group of people watching on YouTube, and we're sending our love to all of you that are out there as well. And before you go, Atusa, you want to say hello to all those people out there on YouTube?
Yeah, hello to everybody, and thanks for tuning in, and thanks for being here in spirit, even if you're not here on the Zoom. It's just really nice that we can all be together and share stories. And I know me crying is probably something that you've been doing as well. It's just such a huge loss for all of us. But again, I'm really, really thankful to have all of you. And I know you all know exactly how bad it feels, but we're going to be in this together. And just as Nadia had mentioned earlier, if you ever need to talk, I'm here, Rob's here, we're all here. So please, please, please reach out, and I'll do the same.
So I know that a lot of our drinking chats revolve around Depeche Mode. So before some of you go, I want to dedicate this Kool-Aid to Fletch. So, Fletch.
To Fletch.
Fletch.
Be careful there, Larry. That's a lot of sugar.
It's
Thanks for your story.
Of course. I will tune into you guys. This is recorded on YouTube. So if you miss anything or want to rewatch anything, Rob's graciously put it on. We'll be putting it on YouTube for later viewing as well. So I'll be watching the rest of your stories on there. Thanks for being here.
I'll leave you with this thought, Atusa. We just heard that Larry turns 18 in 4 months. That means in certain parts of the world, he'll be able to drink legally.
Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
Drinking chat is going to change completely. And I don't know how to think about that.
Thank you
I know,
so much for helping out with the co-hosting as well. It's very challenging to try to deal with even just the emotional side of it, and then to do the technical side as well, especially when we have so many, you know, devotees from around the world joining us, which I absolutely love. But thank you so much for your help.
Of course. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Jeff. And thank you, Vaughn,
Yep.
George. I hope to see you all very soon, and love you all.
Thank you,
Love you,
Tusa.
Tusa. Love you, Tusa.
Bye, guys.
Hi. Beautiful, Tusa.
Hi, Francis.
Maybe
So,
we need to cheer up something. Maybe I can share the video of the DJ session to cheer you up. Everybody, the actual videos on YouTube, but maybe it will be difficult for you to find it. If I can find Sherry just to cheer up a bit, the sense, no, cry. So we can see.
Marisol, can you feel that?
Yes, just that.
So the only reason I say that is because of all these ridiculous algorithms on YouTube and these things.
Okay.
They will block my video because
I
of
will
the audio.
put the link. So if you are
Yes, that's perfect. Yeah, that's the only huge challenge. So
yes,
like when we
no
had
problem.
when we
got
had
that.
Ellie and Poppy were sharing their story about meeting Martin recently.
Oh
I
yeah.
had the video on YouTube and it got blocked because of the audio that they shared in the video that they recorded from the performance. So it took a lot of headache to get around that. So that's the reason I'm saying we shouldn't share the actual audio like that. But
yes, no problem. That's all right. I got you. Yes, algorithms. Oh,
so I know
you have to find them.
We have I'm gonna go to Martin next, and then on deck we'll put Carrie. So Martin, you want to go ahead and speak?
Yeah. So hello everyone. I think it's my first appearance here. So thank you for putting this together. I'm from Germany. I live in Stuttgart, Germany, and yesterday I've been to the Von George group as well. So and shared my story already there. So so just stay with me if you already know it. But so my ultimate Fletch moment was during the Spirit tour. My wife and I, we went to the Cologne concert, and so the next day, I just talked to her and mentioned, oh, come on, let's go to the hotel where they stay. And I mean, it's, you know, I'm not normally not that kind of groupie kind of boy, but we just did it, and we went over the Rhine Bridge to the hotel. I don't recall the name anymore of the brand, but Hi-Hat or something. And as we came closer to the hotel, I've seen a guy having a smoke in front of the hotel, like in the garden. And I was like to my wife, man, this could not be Fletch. But this is him. I swear, this is him. We come closer and closer, and then we realized it is him. And my heart was bumping like crazy. Yeah, so we went inside the hotel because he disappeared then, and went to the bar, and just have recognized him sitting at the bar with his bodyguard and having a sandwich and a coffee. So my heart was bumping, and I talked to Mom like, what should we do now? And she said to me, come on, we let's take a place in the corner here and we have a coffee as well. And then I was too shy to approach him actually. And I talked to my wife again, shit, what should I do? My hero is right here, what should I do? And then basically she said, come on, Martin, let's go to him and try talk to him. And I then finally approached him, tried to get, you know, a small talk and everything. And then he totally, in his friendly kind of way, he just talked to me, not right now, I'm having my lunch and so on. And then, okay, I totally understand, went back to my seat. And then like 15 minutes later, he was done with his sandwich and then approached us. And finally we could have a real chat with him. He was so friendly. We could make pictures, and I mean, we had like a 10-minute conversation with him almost. And I think that totally summarizes everything. What a nice person he is or was. And he was so friendly to the fan base and so down to earth. I really appreciate that. And since that moment, I was even a bigger fan of Fletch than already before. And the next concerts during the Spirit tour, I went, I think, to 6 or 7 concerts. I cheered to him because it was such a special moment, and he shouldn't have. he shouldn't have to do that, to be honest. I mean, he could just leave us, but no, he approached us, and so that we get an autograph, a picture, and everything. And for the last concerts in Berlin, so 2018, we checked in the Waldorf Astoria, so for 3 nights, and I've seen the members several times as well, but I couldn't talk to them or anything like that. But on the last day, so when they basically departed, we had breakfast, and Andy and his family had breakfast too in the basically at the hotel bar. And I had my little daughter with me. She was like 2 months old in 2018, and carried her on my arm, and and so then his wife came to me, and we had a little chat. And what I remember is I'm talking to her like, oh, here is the youngest Depeche Mode fan in the world right now. And she was like, yeah, grab them young. So that is my Fletch family moment. And yeah, I will carry that with me all my life.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. It's great that he's given us so many different moments like this, right?
You know, Rob, what I hear the most out of all these stories is that if he didn't smoke, nobody would have gotten to meet him. Thank God he smoked.
Well, you know, I'll share a little bit later, but you could also meet him back if you were fortunate enough to get to London in the day for at his restaurant Gascon. So I was fortunate enough to go there like 3 or 4 times actually. I'll share that a bit later, but we're gonna bring up Carrie next in her for her to share.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, because that's the story I'm going to share. And here's the matchbook. Oh, let me see.
Oh,
Can you
nice!
guys
I
see
kept
that?
those too. Yes.
Is that Martin's matchbook?
He kind of no, he kind of like the logo was kind of based off the Violator Rose, like a little tongue-in-cheek connection to that. But thank you everyone for all your stories. They're so cool and so meaningful. And I'm having a horrible time. I've been having just waves of horrible crying the past 3 days. And this is horrible. I don't know what's going to happen. That's part of the horror. But I always get really emotional thinking about everyone's connection. You know, Martin and his family. I've also like spent brief periods, said hello to his wife, and just he's such a family man. Just thinking about all of them and their grief. It's horrible. But I was able to meet Fletch several times, and he was very nice and cordial. And I have a picture when I met him at his restaurant in London in 2000. It says only the host can share in this meeting.
Let me make you co-host 1 second. And yeah, anybody, if you want to share anything, let me know, and I have to make you a co-host. I'll absolutely do that. So 1 sec, I gotta.
Thanks.
Okay, you're a co-host now.
Thank you. Screen. And screen, Zoom. Okay. Now, because I'm on an iPad, this is a little weird. There. Can you see that? Can you see that? No?
Yes. Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, you had it
those are my
initially, and then I think
pictures.
you swiped to a different
Oh,
screen.
no. Oh, yeah. The iPad is so weird. I'm sorry. Share. Ugh. Stupid. Okay. Share. Screen. Broadcast. Okay. Okay. All right. There's 3 pictures up there. Does everyone see
Yeah,
them?
we see him right now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So this was in 2000. we went to his restaurant and it was really lovely. And we were trying to kind of stay out of the way. But when he found out we were Depeche Mode fans, he literally sat at our table. We spent about 5 hours with him. He was playing us music. He gave us at least 5 bottles of wine. He was laughing and chatting with us, taking all these pictures. You know, he's smiling in all these pictures. He was having a great time. It was like 2000. We knew they were working on the Exciter tour. And he said, I have the demo. I'm going to play you guys the demo for the Exciter album, or, you know, the new album. We're like, oh my God, Andy, you're the greatest. And he was like DJing CDs. He put in a CD and pressed play, and it was the new Bon Jovi CD. And he just thought that was the funniest thing, like tricking us, pretending it was the new Depeche Mode demo and it was Bon Jovi. And I thought it was kind of funny that Fletch had a Bon Jovi CD in his bar, but they were touring in London at that time. They were really big. So he was just a barrel of laughs, just really fun, took pictures with us. My friend there, Cheryl, I met her on the Halo Home Forum, who was my first group of Depeche Mode fans. So when we would see him at shows and stuff, he would always remember her. You know, I have black hair. I'm a dime a dozen at a Depeche Mode concert, but my friend Cheryl, with her like long curly blonde hair and her Nashville accent, he would always say, I remember you. So we had such a great time. It was so lovely. I'll remember it forever. And now I'm just even thinking, he had no reason to be so nice to us. We were just like 4 Americans. Like, why was he there being nice to us and being generous to us? I just think because I think he liked to have fun with people. He liked to meet new people and enjoy things. The times that I did say hi to him after that were much briefer. But now, just the last time I saw him was at the last shows in Berlin. I went to both of them. I'm so happy I went to them. I was staying down the block from the Waldorf, and it was so interesting as an American to see like thousands of people lined up. Like nothing like that happens in New York. Like people who just couldn't be bothered. But I happened to be walking by one day, I think it was like on the 24th, in between the 2 shows, and Fletch got out of a car, and there were only like 50 fans are there at some point, and they were lined up, you know, very quiet, obeying the rules of the security. And I wasn't staying there. I didn't care. So I was just like, hey, Fletch, how you doing? What's up? And everybody looked over at me like, who let the loud American in the room? Like, but I made eye contact with him. I waved at him. I called to everyone around me. So you're welcome. But now I think that's my goodbye to Fletch. So thank you everyone for all of this. It's been really lovely getting to know you. I just feel I had this amazing month of music. I was getting back from a 9 Inch Nails concert when I found out the news. It was so weird. Like I was going to spend my train ride posting pictures of that concert, and instead I spent it crying. But I got to meet many of you, including Rob and Atusa, and Rob and I just talked about music for like 2.5 hours. Like there's nothing like it, just having a connection. And Atusa's just an angel. So it's been really great getting to know all of you, and just take care and be there for each other. And I don't know how we're going to get through this, but it's a new era. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing. And the way we're going to get through it is together. We're all here together. And I don't think I can't imagine there being a more powerful community. Maybe the Deadheads, I don't know, but Depeche Mode's community is strong. Maybe Jimmy Buffett, you know, the Parrot Heads too, whatever. But I tell you, the Devotees will definitely rival any musical group, and our strength and our power of community and love for each other. And again, I posted this in Global the other day, but I was wearing my Global shirt at the Star Wars convention, and a girl came up to me with a Depeche Mode shirt on and said hello. And it was a long line for this thing called Rancho Obi-Wan, and the line went way quicker because we just talked about Depeche Mode the whole time. So it was awesome, and that's what I love about our community, that we can just become instant friends with anyone that's a Depeche Mode devotee. Like, yeah, and like Carrie, we hadn't ever met in person. We just we had a great, like you said, a great conversation. It was awesome that we got to meet as well. And so yeah, that's how we get through this. And this, again, I was actually not looking forward to doing this today. I was doing this more because so many people reached out to me and I knew it needed to be done. But I am thoroughly enjoying hearing all this, and it's just warming my heart. I mean, I don't know another way to explain it, but it just, I love hearing all these stories, and it just, it's, I'm still sad, but it's making me, I feel good about this. Like, it just is great to hear. So I hope that, I know we're still gonna have tears, and there may be even many more tears during this, but I just hope that everybody can take from it as well, like in a positive way as well, and celebrate the life of Andy Fletcher. All right, so thank you again, Carrie. I'm gonna bring up next, we want to go with Stacy.
Hi. So first of all, thank you, Rob, for doing this, and hello, everybody. And I'm with you in the pain and sorrow and the roller coaster of emotions. And I will hopefully be able to get through this without crying, because I haven't really like vocally said a lot. It's been like in texts or emails with people and friends. So I've only had one interaction with Fletch. It was very brief, but it was, for me, a very beautiful moment. In 2005, they, on touring the Angel, they came to Seattle. One of our local radio stations was doing a call-in, caller number or whatever, gets backstage passes for a meet and greet with the band. And of course, I tried every time I could, and like, oh, we want caller 27, and I was 20, or we want 37, I was 30. Like, I didn't get it. I was heartbroken because Depeche Mode doesn't do stuff like that up here. We're not California, we're not New York, we're not Europe. Seattle seems like it should be a big city for stuff like that, but it's just not. And I was devastated that I couldn't call in and I couldn't win these passes. And my husband, unbeknownst to me, emailed the morning show DJ at that radio station, and was able to get me backstage passes. So I took Stephanie Chumbley, which I know a lot of you know Stephanie, and we got to go do this. So before the show, we met with all the other people, the stadium people or band people, whoever it was, took us backstage, separated us into 3 smaller groups, and it explained, okay, the band will come out, they'll shake hands, say hello, get in with your group, take a picture, and then move on to the next group, and the rest of you will be escorted to your seats. So we were standing there, we're waiting. Everyone is just full of excitement and energy, and someone came out and said, we're really sorry. It's going to have to be a quicker meet and greet than we had planned. The band got into town late, so everything's kind of running behind. So it's just going to be a quick walkthrough, a quick picture, and go. Like, okay, at this point, I'll take anything. Like, I don't care. So they came out one by one, or, kind of in a line. To this day, I honestly don't know if I actually said anything, like if words actually came out of my mouth, or if I just mouthed them, because I was just like, shaking, Martin's hand, and then Dave's hand, and then Fletch's hand, and like, oh, then they got in the group. I didn't know where any of them were standing. I knew Stephanie was behind me. That's all I knew. And the photographer takes the first picture. He's like, okay, great. And the group kind of starts to disperse. And he's like, wait, let me take one more just in case. And that's when I noticed Dave was standing right next to me. I was like, oh God. And so like the second picture, I'm like leaning in a little, like, okay, I'm just going to get a little closer. And I knew each time there was a hand on my shoulder, but I knew Stephanie was behind me, so I thought it was her hand. So they take the second picture. Martin and Dave kind of start to go off to the next group. I turn around because I want to grab Stephanie and just like share in our and she's hugging Fletch. And I'm a pretty quiet person. I don't I just am. I blurted out like almost at the top of my lungs, I want to hug too. Like it just came out. I just could not stop it. And he could have very easily been like, I got to go, or made it just kind of a quick little, side hug thing, whatever. He gave me a full on hug, like just, bear hug kind of thing. And, thanked me, and I thanked him, and he, went on his way. And Stephanie and I kind of, we were escorted out, and we were just both like, this just happened. We just hugged Fletch. Oh my gosh. And it's something that like to this day, I hold so close to my heart. And so when Thursday happened, and I was very numb pretty much all day Thursday and Friday even. Got to talk to David Etheridge a bit Friday night, and that helped. But Saturday is when it really kind of started hitting, Saturday, Sunday. Like I've been able to listen to the music, I haven't had a problem listening to the music, but seeing all the pictures and videos and stuff right now, that's what's hitting me the most. And that's what's hardest for me, just to see his face and see him smiling, or seeing him behind his keyboard, clapping or dancing, or, it's tough. And I am so grateful for everybody here, for everybody not here that's part of the community, for being so understanding, because I know we're all feeling different emotions, and it's hard to explain to other people, but we don't even really have to say the words to each other, because we just know what we're going through. And so I appreciate all of you, and I love you all, and thank you.
Thank you. We love you too.
Thank you, Stacy.
So Monica was on. Are you still on, Monica? You were in the queue. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, hi you guys. Hi from the middle of the US, and thank you for sharing, Stacy. I know Stephanie and Dale, because we're also big OMD fans, as well as Depeche Mode. Those are my two favorite bands. And I'll just be brief and just again acknowledge all of you right now. I know it's a tough time, and to Fletch forever. Forever.
Fletch.
And cheers is my third drink, so I'm glad I'm not driving anywhere. I'm at my boyfriend's house. But I missed the last one the other night, because I too have been kind of just taking it in, like, is this real? What's going on? Somebody texted me at work that I don't even know, because they know I'm a huge devotee. And somebody randomly texted me, and that first person I look on Instagram was Daniel Barassi, their webmaster that I met a long time ago at a Depeche Mode convention that probably next to you till 101, right? So it's definitely mid to late 80s. But anyway, so yeah, my 31st birthday, during the touring the Angel, I got to see them on my birthday through my job in LA. I'm originally from New Mexico, but anyway, I've been living in Kansas City about half my life, but it took 1 year to go to LA, where a lot of you have been or are at. I saw a few of you and met Rob actually at one of the Hollywood Bowl shows, I think night 1 or night 2. But no, there's a lot of love on here. I've been feeling it and just taking it in, and cheers to Atusa and her as well, and sharing her stories and everybody. And I just want to say, I did get to meet him on my birthday, meet Fletch and Martin. And the cool thing about Fletch was, yeah, we were just both kind of hanging out I saw a foosball table after the show, and I saw ping pong, right? Or table tennis. So of course I went to the table tennis and they were all at the foosball. So I had to kind of mosey, everybody was just kind of looking around. Nobody was saying anything. And of course I'm kind of not like Stacy. I'm a big extrovert. So, I go over there and it's my birthday. I'm like, hey, it's my birthday. I'm just going to go walk up to Fletch and Martin. And Martin started talking to somebody. I knew the tour manager through a mutual friend at the time. And then I just said, hey, Fletch, can I get you a drink? That was a great show tonight. I was like, how'd you feel? It was basically going into interviewer mode as a communication major. So I just was like, wasn't that your first show outdoors on this tour? Yes, it was. It was rather chilly, and he's like, oh, who are you? And I'm like, oh, hi, I'm Monica. I know Craig. And I was like, hey, man, do you mind just coming to talk with me? And my friend, who was very nervous and very shy, so he's lucky to have me to kind of be a Budinsky, as my family says, butting in there. Hey, Fletch, like I know him. But yeah, he was like, oh, absolutely, let's meet your friend. So my friend comes up and my friend's just like can't say anything. So I'm like, this is my friend. He's been a huge fan. He's from, Iran. He flew with me, to meet you guys today. He was the lucky person I gave my extra backstage pass to. And the guy's like, Fletch, I love you so much. You guys are like important to us too. Fans around the world, the Middle East. We played Israel before. He was just talking a little bit with him. So I'm trying to.
Froze.
Monica, I don't know if you could hear us. You froze.
Huh.
Oh, no. Mid-story.
Take a screenshot. Just kidding.
Give it a second. See if it...
Let's all try to imagine what she was going to say.
Okay, well, until she comes back. Did she log out? Maybe she just has to sign back in.
If I can attempt to cheer everyone up for a second, I'm eating banana chips.
Oh, that's a great one, Jeff. Nice. Banana chips for Fletch.
Has anyone, this is bothering me, has anyone tried the Hawaiian toast?
The Toast Hawaii.
Toast Hawaii. Yeah, that's it. Toast Hawaii.
No, I have not.
Well, yes.
We should get the recipe going for that.
I think we got Monica back, right?
I went to the grocery store. I almost bought bananas. Does that count?
I kept saying to Poppy I was going to make banana bread. I was going to make banana bread because my bananas are like way ripe and I just bought new ones. But my other ones are like ripe. And I'm like, I'll save them for banana bread. And I don't know if I'll make it. I don't have time.
Yeah,
and it's like really hot here. So
happens.
last night I had some watermelon with tagine. That's like a new thing, TikTok stuff my son finds. And then I had a couple of slices of watermelon wedges. And I'm like, no, Dylan, save it. I'm going to have it for a recipe tomorrow. So I have ham, cold cut, and but I don't do bread really. So I'm like, I don't have the wheat bread. I didn't buy it. Because you can put on any kind of toast, but.
Oh, hey, Mama T,
yeah.
Monica's back. I'm going to have to
go ahead.
Yeah. So Monica, you're back on with your phone or something?
Yeah, my Wi-Fi is active. I'm on my phone. I'll just be quick. So basically, Fletch
you don't have to rush, but it's up to you.
Well, he was like, no, don't get me a drink. Let me get you a drink. He's like, yeah, it was a good show. And yes, banana pancakes rule.
You might need to backtrack a little bit because you froze like right after you said about
my friend.
That your friend was from over, over I forget where, but
Iran.
Yeah,
okay.
From there. Yeah, Iran.
Sorry. Because I was still talking and then I was like, no, freeze. Okay. So back to 2005, April 27th. It was an awesome day. Who was at the San Francisco show or Mountain View? Anybody? Put it in the chat. That was an awesome show. Martin did Shake the Disease, I think was one of towards the last ones. But anyway, so my friend was pretty nervous. I introduced him to Fletch first because I'm a good friend. And, my friend, Franco. So anyway, then I'm walking over to get a drink with Fletch because he was just right near me and he was about to get me one and pour me one. And I was like, no, that's okay. I said, well, I guess I'll let you because it is my birthday today. And he's like, what? It's your birthday? Absolutely. You cannot pour your own drink. I was like, well, that's really cool of you. Thank you. And that's when I started talking to Fletch about, hey, isn't this your first kind of outdoor show? And other people were kind of just hovering around, lingering, because people were just kind of, I think, like me, but different, where, they hadn't met him before, but they were shy. So like my friend, not like me. So I was just kind of like, yeah, this was your first outdoor show. How did you guys feel? Are you ready for Coachella? And so of course it was a little bit chilly, but it was really nice out there, a good crowd. And, he's like, I love coming back to San Francisco. I can't do the accent, so I won't even try. But then he was like, it's your birthday, how old are you? I'm like, how old do I look? He's like 25. I'm like, good answer. I was 30. Best birthday ever, 31. But bottom line, then I just started telling Fletch, I know you're kind of in the back and you're not as out front, but I love how much, you are so passionate about, music, and you support other bands. This was before Spotify and all those things, but like he had Client and all that. You guys were talking about Toast Hawaii. So then I just said, yeah. And I've seen you about how many times, I think 6 times. And I said, this is the first time I met you guys though. And thanks for not disappointing. And he was like, well, I hope so. I hope we're not disappointing you. I was like, no, you guys are just as cool as I've heard. And yeah, I was kind of being nervous now, but bottom line, I said, I did fly to England one time to see you. I went to go to your restaurant, but it was closed, and Rob, I know you had posted some pictures, Cascone, right? And I said, but I went and there was some guy like sweeping out front, and it was like called the Lotus or something. I said, it wasn't your restaurant. I was like, what happened to Andrew Fletcher's restaurant? He's like, oh, they closed. But Andy was so impressed that I flew out there. He's like, you flew out to London just to go to my restaurant. And I was kind of like, well, no. But he goes, no, you can just say that you did. That means a lot to me. And he's like, I'm sorry we closed. We just wasn't working out well, something like that. But I don't know how many of you besides Rob got to go, but it's right. It used to be right down the street from Abbey Road. If you took like the Notting Hill exit off of the tube. Yeah, those bananas are hilarious, you guys. But I just wanted to say, Andy was offering me a drink and didn't even know it was my birthday, just because that was the kind of guy he was. Just met me, just chatting him up, and he made time for me and he toasted me. And then he was like, happy birthday, Monica. And that was like the best birthday ever. Just to hear one of your idols say your name and talk to you. And like you all are saying, like, just treat you like one of the family, like just like a friend. It was like the coolest day ever. And to this day, like that was like my best birthday ever, because I met Fletch and Martin, even though I didn't get to meet Dave yet. But I just want to say again, cheers to Andy and everything he's been doing behind the scenes that he's done for our band to keep them together all these years, all the stories. He was the one, binding force, and he's going to always be in our hearts. So don't ever forget that, everybody. And if you ever are sad, it's okay. If you're ever angry, it's okay, but don't keep it inside. Let it out and share that with somebody, and I love you all very much. I'm not on here as much. Work's been crazy. I lost my boss this year, my uncle. It's been hard, but yeah, to Fletch, thank you all. Cheers. Thanks, Rob.
To Fletch. Sorry for
Thanks,
all your
Monica.
losses. And
Sorry.
Thank you, Monica.
I'm going to share something real quick here, since she talked about it. This is me and Fletch at Gascon. So this is November of '99, actually.
You said Fletch.
Yes, Fletch. I'll drink to that. I was fortunate enough to go several times to Gascon, but I want to share that because she mentioned Gascon, and also one of our guest co-hosts, Von George, kind enough to come on here. I asked him to do it, and I'm just going to mention this. We're not trying to commercialize too much anything here, but as she said, Abbey Road Studios is just down the street from where Fletch's restaurant used to be. So I took the Beatles picture like across in the crosswalk by Abbey Road Studios. But anyway, our good friend Von George just went to master his album recently at Abbey Road Studios. Actually, I think he went there today. So I'm just mentioning it because he does a lot for the Depeche Mode community, and he's been a great friend to us. And I'm just mentioning it, so give him a chance. Take a listen to his new album that just came out, and I want to thank you for joining us, Von George. And I know we didn't get to talk as much, interact as we will, but we're going to do a video, like you said, for your channel with maybe you, I, Atusa, and a couple other members. But they'll be able to check that out. And today we're just kind of making sure everyone gets to voice themselves and say what they want to say about, you know, what Fletch has meant to them. So thank you for joining us, Von George.
Thank you, Rob, and thanks for the shout out. I appreciate that. Send me your PayPal. Was it a tenner for that? Yeah. Thanks. I do. I do appreciate that. So anyway, he's not a names dropper. Was at Abbey Road today, and we wanted to afterwards. We wanted to actually pop over to. I was having a meeting like this last night. One of my subscribers told me that if I'm in Abbey Road, I should go to, because Fletch lived in St. John's Wood, I believe, or close by. And that's obviously where his restaurant was. And there's a bar that he used to frequent very often called the Clifton. I believe it's the Clifton Hotel. And you could often find him there. So he said it would be a nice gesture, Vaughn, if you're in Abbey Road today, just go and have a drink in the Clifton Hotel. But unfortunately, we didn't do that. But I do plan to do that. In fact, if there's anyone in the community here who wants to reach out to me, I know I'm not that. I sometimes people think I'm not that approachable. I'm not. I'm just quite shy. So you know, if you want to reach out to me and go for a drink at the Clifton Hotel or something like that, we'll just take a photo. We'll post it. You know, I guess reach out to me because I'm here to mend some broken hearts, because I know we're all hurting. But I didn't go to the Clifton Hotel because, and I don't want to bore you with geeky stuff, it's just I've learned this the hard way. Is when you cut a vinyl, it's got 72 hours to get to the pressing plant. So we had a mad rush to go straight from Abbey Road to find a courier, and there's something going on in London at the moment where no one could send it. The best they could do it for was for like take 2 days. So I had to pay a stupid amount to get the the vinyl to Holland tomorrow. And it just makes you think, with the technology, why do we press vinyl? We've got aliens looking at us and saying, why are you doing that? It's just so stressful. But anyway, I'm old and that's what we do. So yeah, final note, Rob, thanks very much. I want to just say to everyone, I'm here, although I don't run a Depeche Mode group. I think my community is very Depeche Mode centric, and you know, I'm here, my community's here for you, Rob's here for you. Just reach out to us, and time permitting, I'd be happy to speak to as many of you as possible. So thank you very much. From London, adios, Fletch.
Cheers to Fletch.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Fletch.
Fletch.
Hey,
So
Rob,
next-
can I say one thing about Vaughn? Oh, and
Absolutely,
he
go
just
for it.
disappeared.
Oh,
I just wanted to mention, Vaughn, in light of everything that's happening, by the way, I'm fanboying out a little bit to get to talk to you right now, but in light of everything happening, Vaughn, please don't stop the Fletch impressions. Please don't ever stop them. Please. They're hilarious. Is he gone?
I think he dropped off, but this is recorded, so you could send him the link from on YouTube. It lets you actually take the link and share it from like the specific moment. So you could share that moment and send it to him, and I'm sure he'll appreciate that. So
I don't know if any of you agree with me or not, but
I agree.
Next up, we have Jackie from New York, where my Angels are heading right now. So they're reeling right now, and as
Go
we all
Angels.
are, but hopefully not too bad of a loss when we see what goes on. Welcome, Jackie.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jackie, calling in from New York City, living in Manhattan. And I'll tell you, I'm on the Upper West Side. So thank you, Rob. I'm laughing. I might tell my Fletch baseball story first. But welcome, everybody. This has been just such an emotional, powerful celebration of Fletch. Oh, I said it. Let's take a drink. Cheers. Thank you, Rob, and all your team, and that, you know, putting this together. And these broken heart emojis that I've posted, you've posted, I've been seeing them. My heart is broken open. But what I do know is today, the love from this group is pouring in and filling me up today. Because when I heard the news on Thursday afternoon, one of my friends, I love that. We all know what to do. Thank you. One of my friends in Italy texted me about Fletch. I was in shock. And that night I was going to see The Who at the Garden. So it was delayed. And I was kind of hoping for Roger or somebody to do something. No tribute, nothing. Little disappointed they did Ray Liotta, but okay, went with the flow. Friday night my girlfriend was opening up on an off-Broadway play. So nothing. Saturday, like you guys were saying, I guess we were all in sync. That's when it really started to hit me. So, let's see. The 80s, of course, but there's a lot of the 80s I don't remember. But I do remember the 90s and going to see them. I live in New York and I work in the television and the media industry. So I did have access to a lot of shows and backstage passes and, just seeing them in 93, that was just so powerful. But let me get current. Well, not too current. That's the Delta tour. So we're talking September 8th of, 2013. I had worked up at the stadium. Well, Rob knows I worked with this little team up in the Bronx. And I rushed out to go out to Jones Beach to see them. And then we know where to park and how to get out of this, So after the show, it was an awesome show. Not crazy about that venue, but it's okay. The Americans and in their venues. That's why I prefer seeing them overseas. Get back, I knew which bar I knew the hotel where they were staying. So go to the hotel bar. Who's sitting at the bar but Fletch and his security? So, there was nobody there. It was completely empty. So I sit down in the bar and, he looks at me, I look at him and, I want to be respectful. He's just work, he just had his show. But I did say, eventually, hello, and can I buy you a drink? And great show. And he laughed and he looked at me, he goes, oh, I'm okay right now. And I said, okay. And then I introduced myself. I told him I work for this team. And I just happened to have in my bag the scorecard. And if you guys don't know, I told him I worked for this team and baseball, but as we all know, he's a soccer guy. And on the scorecard was the name of the American umpire named Andy Fletcher. I said earlier today, do you know that, Rob? There's an American umpire.
Yes, I did. Yes.
So I told him, I said, are you aware of that? So that was, kind of cool with him. But all I could say is that he, like everybody said, he's a really good guy. I loved all about the smoking and the drinking and how we all were able to get in touch with him. And then that last tour, there's a young kid on here, Larry. So in my tour when I was I'm 63 years old. So I've been around a long time. I've dated a whole bunch of guys that were on the various tours and, anyway, that's a whole other story. Oh yeah. If somebody can tell me what year this t-shirt is from, because it's got the devotee on the back. I don't remember. It was in my drawer. So if somebody can text me or email me, because I don't remember.
That font is the devotional font. So
okay, sure but it's a devotee. So I don't know if it was a tour shirt or how.
It looks like it was something after the fact because I don't remember. But that's obviously designed to look like the devotional.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks. So let me just tell you my little mode story. So here I am. I'm in London last year because I did about 7 countries and over 20, different cities and around the world. And so there was this young girl and I'm in London at the O2. And here is this girl and she's hanging out and I'm in the gold circle. And I'm like, where are your parents? And she goes, oh, they're sitting way up here. They brought me down and, she had the pass. We could only afford to be here. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I kind of took a liking to her and was watching out for her. And then she started calling me Mode Mom. I was her Mode Mom. But I made sure she got something to eat and held her place, because she was this little thing, but she was a Depeche Mode fan. So when you see Larry on here, I think that's awesome that you're, sharing this today with us. And I don't know, Rob, what else can I say? That it's just a wonderful group that we belong to. I've shared a lot, and people have been very nice to me when I traveled over to Europe and going to Berlin and did the tour of the Hansa studios to see where they made Black Celebration, and the Heroes connection with Bowie. And I remember one of the shows in Berlin where it was pouring rain. We all got drenched. And when Dave started singing Heroes behind center stage, you can just see that bolt of lightning that came down. I mean, it just gives me goosebumps. So I am grateful that we can be here. And then my other little thing that I was privileged to be part of and watch the dress rehearsal before Depeche was on Fallon on the Tonight Show. And it was that morning, like 11:30 in the morning. I don't know if anybody had heard Where's the Revolution. One of my guys, when I used to work at NBC, got me in. I was sitting right there in the first row, and Fletch and Christian on the drums. And it was such a powerful experience to hear Where's the Revolution before, it was broadcast to everybody. So I'm grateful that I can be here tonight and today. And I can't wait to meet. I've had enough conversations with Rob, so I can't wait to meet him when I get out there. And, when we travel the world together, just remember we're all on this journey, and, life goes on, and we've all had losses, but I do like it that we're all here for each other and that we can support each other. And, we're a force for good out there, and just keep the love and keep the passion. And, I'm going to be heading by myself. I'm cheating on Depeche. I'm going to see the Rolling Stones in Milan at San Siro. I'm just telling on myself right now.
Well, Dave has taken a lot of his moves from Mick, so it's okay.
That's good. So I'm going to be cheating on Depeche, but I just want to let you know I will be in London, and I will be in Milan at San Siro with mixed emotions. But all right. Bye, everybody.
That sounds amazing. Thank you for sharing that. And one thing that, as you a baseball fan, most of the people may not be as into this, but they had the Players Weekend jerseys a few years back. I think you guys wore white, but my team was on the road, so they were all black. And we have a player on our team. He's on the IL right now, but his last name is Fletcher. And so on the Players Weekends, they would put their nicknames. And so his nickname was Fletch. And I was bidding on his jersey that he wore it was an all black jersey, and on the back it said Fletch. And I was like, this is the perfect crossover, but I didn't end up winning it. And I now regret that I didn't bid higher on it, because I would love to have that Fletch jersey. But I did get like a replica version of it. And I actually took John Fryer, who was the engineer on the first two Depeche Mode albums. I took him to an Angels game, and I gave him that jersey to wear. So I let him keep it, actually, even. But so he has a black Fletch jersey. So yeah.
Rob, do any of you at baseball, when they walk up to the plate, do they play music? Do they get to pick? Because for the Yankees, they do. And I'm waiting for them to pick a Depeche Mode song. Because sometimes when they're doing batting practice, I go up to the scoreboard, and they all know what a Depeche Mode fan I am, devotee, that sometimes they play Depeche Mode in the Yankee Stadium for those batting practice.
The Depeche Mode is played sometimes randomly. A lot of times it's like like a remix of Strange Love.
Mm-hmm.
One time they did at our baseball game, they did they asked the players, who is this, and like they play a song and they try to guess it, and they did a Depeche Mode song. And unfortunately I was in a bad angle, but I recorded it, but it wasn't like where I would have normally wanted to have recorded it from. And usually they replay them over the year, and I didn't get to see them do it that often. And as Susie mentioned, they actually play like when they're announcing the lineup for the opposing team, they play It's No Good because, but also I was going to say about what was it? Dang, there was another thing. Got sidetracked from seeing that. But yeah, the Depeche Mode stuff at Angel Stadium. There's some here and there, but there's still lots of crossovers that I love with that. Dang, what did you ask me right before? All the beers are starting to kick in now because everyone's saying Fletch. But
Oh, you said it again.
yeah, I did. See, this is my fourth beer already.
We're all good. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you for sharing. And oh yeah, so even this is not what I was going to say, but even the organist at Dodger Stadium is a big Depeche Mode fan, and he will play all kinds of Depeche Mode stuff on organ, like mixed in with like all the cheering. And I'm obviously not a Dodger fan, so sometimes I've seen even like during the playoffs where I'm kind of hoping they don't do well because they're kind of a big rival to me, But there's times when I've seen them play a Depeche Mode song, I'm like, oh damn it, he's gonna get the walk-off hit. And I remember like Bellinger getting a walk-off hit as soon as they played a Depeche Mode song. Like I'm like, the luck of Depeche Mode, he got it. But but yeah, we'll see what happens with the Yankees and the Angels. We'll have to talk soon about that. And thank you for sharing. I'm glad to have you here, and have an amazing trip. I know you're gonna have that phenomenal trip coming up. So
thank you. I'll get you I'll bring you some. I'll get you some scorecards.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'd love that.
Absolutely. All right.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you all.
Yes, thank you for being part of this too.
Is that a real award behind you, by the way?
Yes, it is.
Wow, that's cool.
Fun fact, Jackie, I actually am
Emmy,
from
right?
where you're from.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
That's an Emmy, right?
Correct.
Oh,
what did you earn it for?
This was the Barcelona Olympics in '92, and then I have a few others from the Yankees.
Nice.
Very cool.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a good one.
All right, so next up we have Janica. You still on, Janica? Yeah, it looks like you are. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Mic issues, technical problems. All right, let me see here. Oh, sorry, Isabel. I didn't even see that you had wrote that about the organist. But yeah, good call. And I should have read that, but it's hard to see the chat and
hey, Rob,
do everything. Can you hear me?
No problem, Rob.
Okay, sorry, never mind.
What were you gonna say, Jeff?
I was gonna say Delita's had her hand up for a long time. So.
Well, so I'm always don't know if she ever has a real question. Sometimes that's if you have a question, Delita, let me know. But like during our previous drinking chats, she's had the hand up by just have it up, and then we asked.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But if you do have a question, message us in the chat so we know for sure that you have a question. It's kind of like the boy who cried wolf kind of thing that where you kind of see it so many times you think I don't know that there's actually a question. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that Heroes lightning strike thing sounds very similar to what happened at the Rose Bowl. So I didn't realize that they actually had the lightning strike. That's pretty cool.
It was amazing. I mean, it was the raining, everything, Heroes. I didn't record it. I didn't have my camera out because it was so wet. We were drenched, but.
I definitely remember the lightning strike at the Rose Bowl.
Were you there, Jeff?
Oh yeah, I was at the Rose Bowl. Yeah.
Yeah.
With Rob.
Yeah, I was there.
Wow.
Yeah. It was 2 days after we graduated high school. Jeff and I both graduated the same high school.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, June 16th, 88, we graduated. June 18th, 1988 was the Rose Bowl.
Damn.
What do you, Larry? Go ahead. What do you have to say?
Well, I don't know if this is okay to do this, but in honor of Fletch, is it all right if I name some of my favorite members of this group that I've gotten to know for 3 years?
I would say it's probably better to communicate that offline. Just, right now we want to focus on Fletch, but appreciate that sentiment. But I think it's probably, let's focus on Fletch today. Hold on, let's see 1 second here. All right, so Janica, are you able to get on the mic or?
I think so. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. I just want to begin by saying that I know maybe not a lot of people know my Instagram, but it's the same name that is on the screen that I used, and my DMs are always open in case anyone just needs someone to talk to, some support. Just please feel free to reach out. Because we should all be here for each other in this time, because we're all a family. And I think Fletch would be really proud of how we all came together and are supporting each other. I think he'd be really proud of that, and that would make him smile. I never had the opportunity to meet him as much as I wish I did, but they've just Depeche Mode in general has been such a big inspiration to me. My friend and I, we actually have a band, and they were, just the biggest inspiration. And I have them to thank so much for, getting me back into making music and writing songs and, helping me through a lot of tough times. Because I know whenever I, kind of couldn't seem to put a smile on my own face, they always managed to do that. And their music just always helped me to feel understood, where in most cases, a lot of times I don't. And it's just, I don't think I would have gotten this far without them. And I think because I've gotten, I owe them so much, just when I found out the news that he had passed, it didn't sink in for a while. I just kind of sat there. I'm like, this has got to be just one of those jokes that, circulate around on the media a lot. And I remember a lot of people saying they felt the same. But it was just, and then it sunk in that night. And I remember and everyone can probably laugh at me for this if they want to, it's okay. But I know I was just sobbing uncontrollably until 2:00 in the morning. It was, and I'm still, in denial that it's real, because he was just such a good person. And I apologize if I'm rambling a bit. I kind of get that way when I get a bit nervous. But I just, I don't know. He just, was just such an amazing person. And it feels like, I lost a very close friend, and if we're all feeling like this, I can only imagine what Dave and Martin are going through. And my heart just hurts for them. And, they've been on my thoughts constantly. And, Fletch's family, and just, my heart goes out to them. And, but I think I hope he knows how much we miss him and how grateful we are to have had him here on this earth with us. And I'm really struggling with words here. I apologize. I get like this a lot, but it's definitely it's tough. And it's been difficult for a lot of us, and
Hello?
but I think. Pardon?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Somebody needs to mute their. Okay, sorry about that, Janica. That was someone that just jumped on, I think, and wasn't muted.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I apologize for rambling like I did.
No, you're not. No worries. We're all here just to support each other and be here for each other and express our condolences and share our memories and our moments and it's hard for all of us. So we completely understand. There's nowhere else that you're going to find people that understand exactly what you're going through other than here.
Yeah, I've noticed this is just one of the best communities I think I've ever been in. Everyone's so welcoming and kind, and I've made so many friends through the Depeche Mode community, and I know I have them to thank for that. I owe them a lot, from my own music to just always helping me through. I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. I apologize. Oh, okay. My apologies. Just remembered. But I know it was always a dream of mine to be able to maybe meet them one day and thank them in person for all that they've done for me. But now I guess I won't be able to do that for Fletch just yet. But I hope he's at peace. And again, if anyone needs anything at all, please feel free to reach out to me. I'll try to respond as soon as I can. And my heart just goes out to you guys. So much love to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that, Janica. And so Monica's going to be leaving us, but she had asked about if there was a charity that we could donate to or something we could do to show our appreciation for Fletch to the family. I don't know about the charities, but I had this idea that I had been thinking of discussing, and I probably should have discussed it earlier on, but I'm going to share it in the community as well. And I wanted to get all of your feedback, but if many of you probably seen and even participated in the videos that we did around the New Year's where people were saying Happy New Year from all across the world. And, I basically shared them at the time when it was the New Year's in their time zone. Well, I ended up compiling all those videos into one video, and it's just amazing to see all the fans from across the world, wishing each other Happy New Year. So my thought was that we can get fans from all over the world, and I'll compile a video. If you have pictures with Fletch, it doesn't have to be that, but if you have them, you could share those. It could be you in front of a picture of a poster of Fletch. It could be you wearing a Fletch t-shirt. Anything. You could be holding a sign saying we love you, Fletch, whatever. But I thought everyone could we could either do videos or pictures. Obviously if they're videos, they have to be very brief clips, and compile it all into one master video of just thank you, Fletch. And maybe, I'm sure at some point that would get back to Fletch's family, and it's just an idea, a thought that I had. So if you guys are up for that and you think that is cool, I'm willing to put it all together. And if you do want to participate, I'll just throw it out there now. Email your video or pictures or whatever to rob@depecheglobal.com. So again, that's rob@depecheglobal.com. And we could just see where it goes. But if you do a video clip, have to be very brief, maybe something like I love you, Fletch, we love you, Fletch, or whatever. It could be photos of you. I have a couple pictures of Fletch myself that I would include. Anything that you want, basically Fletch related, as a compilation, and hopefully the family would get to see it, so they'll know how much he means to all of us. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Susan, for sharing that. So I'm going to bring on, because I'm going to step away just for a brief moment, but I'm going to bring on our great co-host for Depeche Mode Jeopardy, Jenna Rose Robbins, to speak a little bit. And then Julia, I saw that you're interested, so we have you coming up in the queue after Jenna. But Jenna, if you'd like to speak for a few moments.
Sure, no problem. Hi, everybody. It's been great hearing all your stories. I just wanted to start out by saying that. And I was just texting with Daniel Casus, and he said he wished he could be here. He wanted to join, but he is having internet problems, which seems to be his lot in life, even when he's at his home in Berlin. But there were two things I just wanted to say. Well, one, I just wanted to start off and just ask if anybody else I know that everyone has probably heard of the game Wordle, which has gone kind of viral. Has anyone else played Hurdle? It's Heardle. I'm trying to figure out that on the day that Fletch passed, Hurdle, it's like you listen to 3 seconds of the song, 3 seconds, 3 seconds, and you keep guessing the song. That day it was Personal Jesus. So the day that he passed. So I'm just wondering if anybody knows what time that came out, because I don't know if it came out before or after the news was mentioned, but it's American Songwriter magazine. So I'm assuming that came out sometime early, but if anyone knows, I would love to hear.
Jenna, I get Google alerts I have Depeche Mode, so I actually got the alerts on it on the night before.
Really?
That the Personal Jesus was going to be on Hurdle, and so I went and I did Hurdle that day, and it was a different song. So I'm like, oh, so it's out in Europe now. It's not out here. So it was the prior night that it was Personal Jesus. I got notifications of it.
It's kind of creepy, but
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thank you for letting me know, Poppy. I should have asked you first. I don't know why I didn't do that. And I also just wanted to say for everybody who's come on here, I know that there's been a lot of people saying they think it's silly that they're crying about someone they didn't know, but think about all the times we cry when a fictional character in film or TV dies or something bad happens to them. So it's no surprise that we're all wrecked by the passing of a real person. I mean, hell, I bawled during Armageddon for characters I only barely cared about. So, I mean, come on, it doesn't matter if you personally knew him or not. He had a real impact on our lives, and he was a good soul. So that's what we're all mourning right now. And some of my memories of him were I studied in London in 95, and I'm going to call somebody out who's on here now, and she probably is expecting me to do this. My friend Analia, she was in London at the same time, and she and I went on a lot of little Depeche Mode journeys of adventures together. Went to Basildon and stood outside Dave's mom's house, and ate at Andy's restaurant multiple times. And Analia was with me when I graduated from college there in London, and Andy had found out about it, and he just said, "Okay, the meal is on us." So I like to say Andy bought our dinner. But he didn't actually shell out any money. He just didn't make us pay for the bill. But that was in the time that she and I walked into his restaurant, and I didn't realize he was sitting at the counter. And I just said to him, "Oh, hi, how are you?" And he said, "Ginger." And I was just like, okay, does he have that ready? Does he just say that all the time? I don't know if that's his regular go-to. And I guess I could use that response. I mean, I always could have, but and he just always, I remember one time we were walking down the street, and I can't remember who I was with, but I had seen him someplace a few days before and talked to him for a little bit. It might have been London, might have been some other concert or something. And he saw us across the street, and he waved to us first. And I was just like, wow, hi, I can't believe, are you really waving to me, or are you waving to someone behind me? I couldn't believe it. All the stories of him being so gracious, I just have to concur that I just think he was not your typical rock star. He always was down to earth, low key, generous. My first glimpse of him in person was when I went backstage at a concert, and he was sitting in a chair drinking tea. And I just thought that was hysterical. He was just even if he wasn't everybody's favorite, I'll never forget this. I think it was Daniel who told me that at one of the concerts he and I went to, it was in Europe. They were selling cups and T-shirts with the three of them on it, and he actually went up and asked the merchandise person how many Fletch cups had been sold or shirts, and the person said none today. And I felt so bad. I went and I bought a bunch of cups. And I was like, I need them for my collection anyway. I'm going to use them. But he wasn't the spotlight person, but like everyone has said, he was the glue who kept them together. And I don't know we can't speculate what's going to happen, but I just feel like he was, he served a purpose that in a band that we haven't seen in many other bands. And that still makes him a band member, and it still makes him important. And we wouldn't have the sound and the music we loved if it weren't for him. So for that, I am very grateful, and I'm grateful for all his kindness and generosity to me and the other fans throughout the years. I see Rob's back, and that's my little 2 cents.
No, I caught the tail end of that. Thank you. That was great, Jenna. Yeah, I actually kind of want one of those cups now if you have.
I think I do have some, but I have them in sets now because then I went and bought all the other ones. So now I have sets of 4, and I think
I'll have to trade you something.
We might be able to. I have, you know where they are too. When I was just back in LA, I opened up my I had opened up a closet that hadn't been open in 8 years, and I found so much stuff that I had forgotten about completely. And like the cups were in there. I had a mug from Hansa Studios, Depeche Mode, Travis, and something else. There were 4 things I had seen in AHA. 4 mugs from 4 concerts, like all this stuff, and the cups were in there. The sets of cups were in there. So, but I only found 2 sets. So if I only have 2, that means that 1 set, if I'm giving away and I only have 1 left, that's worth a lot to me. But I do have 2 sets. Something else I thought about that made me feel a lot better was when Bowie passed away. There was a meme that went around saying, like, think about how long the span of humankind is, and think about how unlikely a human is to have lived during Bowie's lifetime. And we are those people. We lived during Bowie's lifetime. We are that lucky. We can say the same thing about Fletch, that we were lucky enough to be on the planet at the same time as him. And that makes me feel a little bit happier to look at it that way, and the positives, and making it a celebration of life rather than a memorial and all of that.
Absolutely. I had shared the picture of me and Fletch at Gascon earlier, and I'm gonna share this other picture. This is me and Fletch in Santa Barbara, and I wanted everyone to notice that in both pictures, Fletch has his arm around me. Like, that's not the case all the time when you meet a celebrity or anything. Like, and I both times, I mean, I met him more than twice, but both times I took a picture with him, he commented, because we're both similar in height. Like, he's like, "Oh, you're a big Depeche fan," so it's pretty funny. Like, cool guy. Like, just yeah, it's challenging, but Julia, are you there?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Are you able to put on your camera or no?
Yes. Also see me.
Good to see you. Yeah, we can see you now. Yeah, so it's better for YouTube when we have you guys on camera. That's why I asked.
Yeah. So it's been very tough days. Actually, starting on Thursday, I came back from the work, and just the first thing which I saw on Instagram was this notice from the Depeche Mode official Instagram profile, and I was really shocked. It was posted like 5 minutes ago, and I was really just I couldn't believe it, and I just told my husband that Andrew's dad, and he was like, "What?" And the first thing that we thought that maybe it could be like a joke, maybe some hackers, I don't know, just logged into the Depeche Mode official profile on Instagram and just made this joke. We just couldn't believe it. And actually, next day in the morning, I had to travel to Finland for my exchange program. So right now I'm in Finland. And it's been very hard for me because 2 days I was completely alone, and I had to deal with my emotions alone all the time. So actually on Saturday, it also hit me hard, and I just started to cry all the time.
Now it's better because I'm spending my time with the other students here in Finland. It's getting better, but you know, I'm still thinking about Fletch all the time. So yeah, I just wanted to share my little story that it was really strange that during the last tour, the Spirit tour, when they were in Riga, Latvia, it was in February. And after the concert, the next day, I went to the hotel where they stayed just, you know, to see them, to get an autographs. And I was standing outside with other fans. Dave and Martin just passed away, just, you know, just didn't want to get, to give autographs. But Fletch was the only person who was giving autographs to fans, to each fan. And actually, you know, I was really shy just, you know, to ask him to give me an autograph. And I was also feeling him at the same time. And I just, you know, I just decided to film him. And he was the only person which I filmed, actually. And it was really strange. Now I just thinking about this video, I filmed only him. And during this video, I just, you know, at the end of this video, I said to him, bye-bye. It was like, you know, the last time. I was also during the, I was at the concert in Berlin on the 23rd of July on my birthday. It was the last time I saw him, but actually in Riga, it was the last time when I saw him so close, and I just made a video of him. So I can share you the video, I think. Rob, can I show the video?
Yeah, let me make you co-host 1 second. Okay, now you can.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the video. Please. Thank you for the show. Thank you. Okay. It was wonderful.
Last one.
Bye-bye. So yeah, it was really very unique moment for me, and it's been very tough. Oh, I'm sorry. And yeah, I just wanted to you know, Andrew was like a glue of the band, and he was the person who always told Martin and Dave, you know, together and to make a new album, you know. And actually I'm very grateful to him for that, because if it wasn't him, I would not see them live at all in my life. So it was the first time during the Global Spirit Tour when I had the chance to see them. So I'm really grateful for that. So cheers to Andrew.
Cheers to Fletch. Thanks for sharing. Can you unshare the screen now?
Yes, I think I did it. Maybe.
No, it's still showing shared.
Yeah. Okay, stop.
Oh, perfect. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that was a great video. Thank you. And thanks for sharing it. Our co-host Jeff would like to say a few words.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to mention how out of all the times I've been to Depeche Mode concerts with Rob, I've never met Fletch, but I have portrayed him in the past. I was Fletch for our high school lip sync contest with Rob and two other friends. And that was a pretty fun time. And I also portrayed Fletch at Halloween 2 years ago. as him in the Where's the Revolution video. And I also want to mention there's another good friend of ours, Jay Tando, who's here right now, who's been Fletch in his band, in his tribute band. And
Hello, everybody.
I was just wondering if anyone else has portrayed Fletch in here at all. I don't know, just thought it would be interesting to talk. But I don't know if
Thing
I'll
is,
have any
most of
pictures.
the it looks like most of our guests are ladies right now, so most of them are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have proof of my if I stop my video here, you can see that that's me as Fletch, but I photoshopped myself in a Tuzo's room, so
In your room.
yeah.
You know what? I have the video on VHS of us performing in the 1988 lip sync at Orange High School doing Behind the Wheel, but
That's
I have to convert it to like a video file to play on the computer. But actually, my mom even filmed both nights, so.
I could help you with that. I have I have a tool that you connect from your VCR to the computer, and you have to do it in real time, but you can do it. You digitize VHS. I can help you with that.
I'd pay to see that. Holy crap.
It's awesome.
I'm gonna see. I think I might have a picture. I'm gonna see if I have a picture. I'll look and I'll share that if I do.
They were telling me that I was moving around too much during the lip sync contest, so. Because Fletch didn't move around very much back then.
Yeah, he became more. He moved much more later. Like, I mean,
yeah.
But yeah, looking back on it in my mind's eye, you did a good job. Well, okay. You can barely see him, but I'm gonna share. I have a picture from a screen picture, like not a great picture, but
I'll show it anyway.
Jeff is behind the guy in the white guitar. I don't know if you can see him. He has sunglasses on with his.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, Jeff is Andrew Fletcher, and then the guy in the white guitar was Martin, obviously.
That looks amazing.
1888 in spring, before the Rose Bowl show even happened. So yeah.
I would go see you guys if I was around in 1988.
Oh, but we would have loved to have you there, Larry. But yeah, now you're the age I was at that time, actually. So
17?
Yeah, I was 17 at that time. So and even when I saw them at the Rose Bowl, I was still 17. I didn't turn 18 until the end of 1988. So I graduated in June, but my birthday is at the end of November. So Jay wants to share a story. So let's have Jay go ahead and share a story.
Hello, everybody. So it was Thursday afternoon. I work at a bar. My hours are crazy weird. So I usually sleep. I'll be asleep at like noon. And when I did wake up, I got a text from my friend Jason Humphreys, who's from London, but I know him here, and I've known him for 20 some years, and he's now here in America, but he's from London. He's very familiar with Depeche Mode. So I'm checking my text because I had my phone turned off. I don't like being woken up. And he said, "Wow, you just died. Your character." And I texted back like question mark. I'm like, what? So then I got online and I saw the news, and then I sent the link to him. Rolling Stone, the Andy Fletcher died. And that's how I learned, is that was the first thing, that tipped me off to that. And I'd already bought myself a ticket to see Top Gun that day. So I had to rush and get ready and to go. Went and sit on a movie, but the whole movie I'm trying, my mind is like, oh my God, So it was a needed distraction at that time. But it didn't really sink in for me until I was in Mexico over the weekend. We were playing a show with my new Depeche Mode tribute band. And people were coming up to me and they're like, "I'm so sorry for your loss," and people in broken English, they're all Spanish. And I'm back at my room we had a couple hours after sound check, and I'm just lying down there resting, getting ready for the show, and then it hit me, and that's just when the tears just started flowing. I'm like, I never met the man. I just studied him because I was in a previous Depeche Mode tribute band, which I got fired from like 3 times, and the final one was in October. So I'm no longer Fletch. This new band, I'm the Marty Fletch. So I'm singing the Martin Gore song solo and playing the Martin Gore parts on my keyboard, and we have another guy that's basically doing the Fletch stuff. So I'm really not doing that anymore. But for 2.5 years and 43 shows with my previous band, Devotional, I was, and so I studied Mode One, the 101 movie. I studied the video. I get on YouTube and just, what does he do? And then Vaughn George, bless him, posted his videos. What does Fletch do? And I really studied that to get the parts down. What parts does he play? So I never did get to shake the man's hand, regretfully, but I felt like I knew him. And so lying down there in the hotel on Saturday, it just this wave hit me. It's like I just saw this young guy, just can't get enough in the hat, and he was just a kid who just by accident of being friends with Martin and Vince Clarke, and I'm reading the book Stripped right now. I'm only a third of the way through it, but childhood friends that just got big. They're this little garage band that just exploded, and now he's gone, and my heart broke. When I heard the news, and it really didn't really sink in, and then to see Atusa early, just the tears. It's like, yeah, that was me Saturday, and I know Rob's felt the waves. I've been following you guys, your Facebooks, and I was offline in Mexico. I didn't have a reception, but when I got back and I'm looking at all these tributes, and it's just such a shock to be that young, 60. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll get to toxicology in a few weeks, but natural causes, we don't know. He smoked. Maybe that had something to do with it. He drank. We don't know. But what we do know is that he gave us so much behind the scenes. He was kind of like the unofficial manager. Everybody knows he was the tiebreaker between Dave and Martin. I know he had his issues with Alan Wilder, but he was the glue. And we wouldn't be here right now on this chat if Depeche Mode wouldn't have been a thing, if he didn't keep things together. I can promise you that. So all we have to do is the sun also rises, and we're getting up, and we're going to get through this. Just very thankful that we had him. And I'm very thankful to you guys for being here, and Rob especially for running this group. He's got like 15,000 people in his Facebook group, and this chat has just been, it was a lifesaver for me over the pandemic. I would have gone crazy. And so thank you guys for being here and sharing all these stories. I've been in the background, like eating and making stuff, and I didn't want my kitchen in the background while I was cooking and stuff, so I turned off my video, but I'm back and just very thankful to all of you guys. Cheers.
Great. Thanks, Jay.
We love you, Jay.
Yeah. Here's the Fletch.
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 So next up we have Gracie.
Hi. My voice isn't very loud right now. It's kind of scratchy. Sorry. I never met him. I always wanted to meet all of them, but I never got the opportunity. But I have read so many interviews and stories about him, and I've heard all of your stories, and all the things that you guys have been able to talk to him about, and it feels like I have met him through you guys, and the whole thing. When I heard what happened, I was actually listening to Christian's radio show on AMP in the afternoon, and that's how I heard, because he was just in shock and he announced it on his radio show, and I think everybody was just in shock. It was so sudden. And you know, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what had happened. But listening to everybody's stories and all the fun, happy things that that you guys have been able to, you know, talk with him about and interact with and all of that, it really helps, because I can, you know, I can imagine what it would have been like if I had been able to meet him. And it kind of eases the shock to hear other people's stories and know that other people are feeling the same way. And it's so good to be able to come here and talk with you guys about it. And so that's pretty much all. I just wanted to say, you know, thank you for sharing all of your stories, because it really helps. And it's like celebrating his life more than mourning him, and I think that's a good thing, and I think that's what he would have wanted. And okay, that's all. I'm done talking. Okay.
Thank you, Gracie. That's I'm glad you're able to join us, and you're right. I'm happy. It's certainly, I mean, we're all saddened, but it is been more of a celebration of his life than, you know, all these stories, all the things he's done, all the moments, all the memories. You know, we are certainly lucky to be able to have these moments, and it's great to share them with each other. And you know, it's unfortunate you didn't get a chance to meet him, but like you said, you can kind of feel like you've got to know him through the stories, and it's just I sometimes I still can't believe it, you know, and it's hard to vocalize and verbalize, but I'm just thankful that you guys are all here to share and discuss and celebrate together.
Yeah, this is like the first time that I'm seeing the entire group come together as one.
Well, I know it's certainly challenging at times when we have big get-togethers to contain sometimes there's overlapping conversations or off topics. You know, it's nice that we're able to basically try to get to hear from everyone, and any of you that still haven't spoken yet, because there are several of you online, I know, but maybe you don't have to speak, but you're welcome to speak. And it's nice to hear from everybody, which we don't always get to do during drinking chats, and I apologize for that. I try to make it happen as much as possible, but it's also awkward if there's like a weird silence or anything too. So I always feel like I have to try to pick up the slack, so to say, you know. So anyway, I absolutely want to hear more stories from all of you, and it doesn't matter if you met the band. It's all about, what did Fletch mean to you? What did, you know, how are you feeling right now? It doesn't, you can share anything, just whatever you want. It's not, you know, doesn't have to be that you got an autograph from Fletch. It can be that you know, you didn't even realize, like a lot of us, we kind of joked about Fletch sometimes, about like the hand claps and whatever, but yeah, we all have a huge appreciation now of what his role in the band was, and we completely understand, and we're all devastated by the loss, you know. So I don't right now have a queue of anybody that had said they wanted to go next, so if somebody wants to speak up, we'd love to hear your thoughts or stories or whatever you'd like to share. So
Hi.
Oh, hey, Sanjita.
Sangita, the hard G.
Oh, okay, silent G. Sorry. Apologize
That's
for
okay.
that.
That's okay. I just logged in the call. I've been out all day today for Memorial Day parade for work stuff. So I just got home and showered because it was so freaking hot. But and yeah, it is. My shirt is not a Dunkin' Donuts shirt. It says America runs on science, FYI. Um. Anyway,
I do love
so yeah,
Dunkin' Donuts though.
I do too. I don't tell my friend though because he's works in federal affairs. One of my really good friends works in federal affairs for Starbucks, and he saw me wearing this shirt. He was like, what is that?" Anyway, I was in the call yesterday with Vaughn, and Atusa was there. I think a few others that are here were there yesterday. So I don't want to sound repetitive, but I've met Fletch a couple of times, and I'll just say, and I'm sure you all have some similar story as well. Like I was literally on a Zoom call talking about social media strategy, and my phone starts blowing up, and I have the app on my computer where I get the text message sent to my computer, so it's like blowing up both on my phone and on my laptop, and I just couldn't believe what I saw pop up. It says Fletch has passed, and I was so just discombobulated. I just didn't know what was like. I had to just turn off the camera in the Zoom for a moment and just look at my text messages, and I just couldn't believe it. And I'm all too familiar with death. I've lost both my parents are deceased. I lost my brother tragically to suicide. I know what it's like to lose someone, and yes, Fletch was not our parent, but I think someone in the chat yesterday said he was like an uncle to all of us, and I would have to agree. It was just somebody that we grew up with, someone who was part of something that has meant so much to us, so much that it has. Thank you, Isabel. Someone that has contributed to such a large aspect of our lives, and that has created friendships beyond and across the world, as right now is a clear example. And so it's just so bizarre. I'm just in shock, and I just feel so bad for his family, and and of course the bandmates and everybody who knew him. I mean, 60 is just too young, and he. And I think what Rob, just to echo what you were saying before, like, yeah, I feel like we have a new appreciation for him. Like, yeah, he had that famous line in 101 where he says, "Yeah, everybody does this, and I just bum around." And I don't think we realized what all he really did. And the times I've met him, he's been very friendly. And first time I met him was in 2004 at when he was guest DJing for a client, and it was in New York at the Tribeca Grand Hotel. I used to live in New York City. So, and then I met him. Sorry to be repetitive because I shared this yesterday, but I used to be in the wine and spirits business, and I used to sell wine to restaurants, or I used to sell wine and spirits to restaurants and bars and hotels and things like that. And one day, so I was going around town, and I was dropping off invitations. I was inviting people or clients of mine to my employer's trade show in DC. I live in the Washington DC area, and my last stop for the night, last account, was at the Four Seasons. And I didn't put two and two together because, like when the band is in town, I mean, there's several luxury hotels here. So it's like, I didn't put two and two together. I didn't really even think about it because I was just so busy trying to get my clients to come to this trade show that we were doing. And I go to the Four Seasons. I'm friends with the bartender and whatever. I sit down, I order a drink. I'm tired. I've been running around all day to all these accounts all over DC. And I look over to my right, and there's Andy Fletcher having a beer. And I'm like, oh my God, how like serendipitous is this? you know, and it was the day before the concert in DC. So I was just like, this just couldn't be like, I've been just running around crazy all day. And here I am just having a drink and there's Andy like 2 seats down from me. And, I just, like I said, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. I was just like, oh, I just got to drop this off at the Four Seasons. And I walked up to him and I said, his son was with him, or his son had just stepped away or something. I walked up to him and I said, hey, Andy. And he was just very, you know, happy. And I said, you know, I actually met you once before. And I showed him the picture because, of course, you have those pictures like ready to go on your phone. You want to share a story with anyone. And he's like, oh, yeah, that was a fun night. And so he's like, oh, you coming to the show tomorrow? And I said, yeah, of course. And then we talked about the venue because Depeche Mode always plays at this like amphitheater that's like an hour and a half outside of DC, and it's a pain in the ass to get to. But this time they were actually playing in DC proper. So, they hadn't played that venue in probably since like I don't know, maybe like late 80s or early 90s or something. So, anyway, yeah, and we cheers, and then he like put his drink down after he cheers with me, and I said, well, that's bad. It's bad luck to cheers and not take a sip afterwards, because if you don't take a sip after saying cheers, it's bad luck. And so he's like, oh, I didn't know, I've been doing this wrong the whole time. And so anyway, that was the last time I saw him. And yeah, just all I'm saying, I mean, all I'll say is that I'm grateful to be in a part of this community, and I'm grateful for Depeche Mode. I'm grateful for all the band members, their contributions. And if it wasn't for them, like, I wouldn't have the friendships I have now. I mean, so many of my best friends are longtime Depeche Mode fans, devotees, and I'm sure you would all agree with your circle of friends. And yeah, it just sucks. It really sucks. 60 is just too young, you know? And anyway, I'm drinking out of my Depeche Mode glass that I got in Berlin. So cheers to everybody. Cheers to Fletch. Happy Memorial Day. And that's all. I feel like I've been rambling on, but
Oh, it was good. And I like that's an interesting story about the cheers thing, because yeah, you're right about that. And it's one of those things that not everybody knows. And it's funny when you hear, like, because there's a lot of different traditions between like America and Europe and things.
Right.
So, maybe that's not at all like in Europe. I'm curious now because I knew that tradition too, but
yeah.
So cheers to Fletch and
cheers everybody. Cheers to Fletch. Yeah, here we go. Cheers. Oh, cheers. It's just such a shame. So unfortunate.
Oh, it looks like Jackie has her Berlin glass too. I should have. I have mine from Paris. I should have. I'm just drinking out of the bottles, but.
You know, when I was in Berlin for that show, we went, and I went with Carrie. She's on Facebook. She's Noir Box on Instagram.
She was on earlier. She shared her story earlier, actually.
Oh, she did. Oh, did she tell you about how when we were at the bar and he was there and we should have sent him a drink? It was like, I think it was no, it wasn't his birthday. It was Granny's birthday.
I don't think she shared that story actually.
Yeah, so she and I went to Berlin together, and it was not for the Waldmoon show. It was the one at Mercedes-Benz. It was in January, and we were staying at the Waldorf where they were, and it was the bar was completely empty because we had checked in like 2 days before the concert or something. The bar was completely empty, but they were there, and we didn't. I think it was Granny's birthday, and we didn't. The bodyguard was sitting over there, so we were like, the bodyguard's there, so you know. But Carrie and I were saying, oh, we should have sent a drink over or a bottle over. Fletch is so nice. He probably would have shared it with us. You know, he probably opened it and like, hey, have a drink with us. So we Carrie and I were regretting that, but yeah. Carrie is my Depeche Mode buddy. Like I go to concerts with her everywhere.
I had the good fortune to
Well,
meet her.
thanks for everybody sent me some messages thanking, or saying sorry for your loss. I appreciate all of that. Yeah, it's tough losing somebody. So I'll stop talking because I feel like I've monopolized already.
No, you're good. But all the way. Also, I got to meet Carrie a couple weeks ago at Cruel World. We did a
yes,
pregame
I was gonna go,
meetup.
but I'm a campaign manager for a woman who's running for Congress here in this area, and election day is on June 21st. So right now I have like zero social life.
Oh yeah. Well,
I
hopefully
was at the
sometime
Memorial Day
soon we
parade
get to meet
waving
up.
and so that sort of thing. Yeah, I
One
was
of
gonna
these
go. I
days-
had tickets and everything.
One of these days.
Yeah.
So I'm opening the floor to anyone that would like to share a story, because the queue is not there anymore. So if you have a story you want to share, or a moment, or just you want to speak about it, feel free. Don't be shy. We're all devotees, and we all are feeling the same pain. So even if you break down.
How about you, Rob?
Not me?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I was fortunate enough to meet Fletch many times. The very first time, I was the only person that figured out where the band was going to go after the warehouse. Because I waited in line all day when they had the warehouse incident, when they released Violator in the U.S. 17,500 people showed up. But I had spent all day waiting in line to hopefully get an autograph, and turned into a so-called riot, which, it was not really, it was more the police just making everybody leave, and everyone's frustrated, but there was no huge riot or anything. But anyway, I had joked around earlier that day that Depeche Mode would be at the Cat House, which was a heavy metal club that Ricky Ratman ran. And later I thought about it. I'm like, what? Well, it is a Tuesday. Maybe they are going to the Cat House. And so we drove over to this building, the Probe, where the Cat House was. And sure enough, their limos were parked outside that had left the warehouse. So we weren't old enough to get into the club. And we waited outside till the bar closed, and Dave came stumbling out. And my biggest goal was actually to give them demo tapes of music I was doing. So I gave one to Dave, and he was just like all stumbling around like, oh, thanks, man. And I gave one to Fletch too. And he was very functional and not, he was very nice and cordial about it. And Alan Wilder was there too, but I didn't actually see him. But I was there with two girls, and supposedly one of the girls got invited into his limo by him, but she didn't end up going. But the next time I met Fletch was at his restaurant, Gascon, and he was, very cordial. That was in the late 90s. And there was several times that I went to his restaurant. He wasn't always there, but I went, like, anytime I was in London, I just wanted to go to Fletch's restaurant. One time is kind of funny because it doesn't necessarily look the best on Fletch, but it is what it is. And being a huge sports fan myself, I totally get it. I happened to go on a day when him and Martin went to see a soccer game, Arsenal versus Chelsea. And so Fletch is a Chelsea supporter and Martin's an Arsenal supporter. And I had been there earlier, and we had talked to the waitress and told her we were Depeche Mode fans. And she said, oh, you should come back later. They'll probably be back, come back and you could probably run into them. And so we did. We went and had pizza somewhere, Pizza Express, and ended up coming back. And the waitress, had told him when we got back that we were Depeche Mode fans. He sent us downstairs where there was nobody there in his restaurant downstairs And come to find out, his team had lost, so he was upset. You know, as I would be if my team is lost. You know, but the funny thing is that I was there with a guy who a coworker, and I wrote a little note saying, you know, hey, I'm just here on business, and I just happen to come to the restaurant because I'm a huge Depeche Mode fan, and I didn't know you guys would be here, or whatever, but would love to take a picture, get an autograph, whatever. Anyway, Martin Gore came down, and he took pictures and signed autographs and everything, and he's like, yeah, Fletch's team lost. He's mad. So he's like, it's all good, you know. But so we spent the time with Martin, but we didn't actually get to talk to Fletch that time. And like I said, it's not because he's always been cool every other time I met him, but that time I can totally understand, as I'm a pretty hardcore sports fan myself, and I can understand when you're like upset, especially if your buddy just went to this big match with you and their team won and your team lost. You know, you don't necessarily want to socialize with, he has no idea who we are, right? So and then I met him again in 2012 when they were recording Delta Machine, and I've taken pictures with him during Delta Machine and once at his restaurant. And like I mentioned earlier, for those of you who weren't on the chat, he put his arm around me both times. And you know, it's not when you just because you meet a celebrity, they're sometimes they're just, you know, they'll pose and like whatever. But he was cool to like actually embrace you and put his arm around you. And it wasn't even until this weekend that I realized, because someone was asking me, when's the last time you really interacted with him, and I realized I was fortunate enough to go to their rehearsal in 2017 in April, and there was only 40 of us fans that were in attendance. And after the show, I got to go shake each band member's hand, so including Fletch's. So and that resonates with me too, like where people have said on the chat earlier they never got to shake his hand or whatever, and I've been fortunate enough to have met him several times over decades, you know, and interact with him. And this is not even counting, like, I mean, I interacted with him during the Exciter tour at the Hard Rock. The entire band was all over the place at the Hard Rock Hotel. Like, saw them all multiple times, interacted with them all multiple times. But yeah, Fletch, you know, like I said earlier, we all kind of sometimes would goof around about his clapping and this and that, but really we all know how he was a huge contributor to Depeche Mode, and I'm very fortunate and thankful that I got to share many moments with him in person, and I'm sad as this is, I mean, it's a day I dreaded my entire fandom, almost thinking of at some point any member of Depeche Mode passing away, and to see the news of Fletch being gone and so young, I mean 60, it's just unfathomable that he's already gone, you know. But it is what it is, and it's almost one of those things where you look and you kind of look at some of the lyrics of Depeche Mode, even, you know, think if God has a master plan, you know, I don't know, maybe we don't understand, I don't know, but obviously in times like this, many people say, you know, it's beyond our understanding right now, right? So it's just hard, and I'm just thankful that we can all be together and share our stories. And so thank you for letting me share mine. Does somebody want to go next?
I saw a post, which I wish Jenica was still here, about how she said, I wish Fletch knew. His family actually knows Somebody was a friend of the family posted. I wish I knew who this was. I saw it on my news feed. Posted that they're a friend of the family, and the family is actually godsmacked at how social media and how many people have reached out and they've seen it, like what's on Facebook, what's on Instagram, everywhere. And the family is actually like, wow. So I think as much as Fletch has touched us, I think all them seeing all these fans, we can't hang on to the grief and the guilt as much as the fact that we touched their lives just now without realizing the impact on both sides. If that comforts anybody, I think that's something that we can carry with us.
Yeah, sure. Anybody else? Looks like Rob stepped away for a second.
I also must say that I reached out to everybody, like out here, as many people as possible. And we were all like, oh my God, oh my this, who FaceTimed, who reached out to each other, who didn't know that I had to tell. And everybody had the same reaction. Huh? What? What? Because when I read it, I said, oh my, Alan Wilder. I read Andy Fletcher. You can't mix the two. But the shock came on us and we're like, what? That still didn't sound right regardless, because that's still history to us with the music and everything. And then it all clicked and I said, oh my God. And then I just like everybody else, I held my hands to my face and I sobbed when Precious came on. And there were people that said, I can't listen no more. I'm never going to listen again. They were heartbroken. And I said, oh no, we have to listen. He's there. We have to listen. And I did. And I sobbed, and I still, once in a while, I get these natural tears falling. And I'm like, what? I was in the kitchen by the refrigerator. I'm wiping my eyes and I'm like, I can't believe I'm still sad. I can't believe I'm still thinking about it. And then I think about everybody and Poppy. I love you, Poppy. I want to hug you. And Atusa and Patty and Jeff and everybody, and Rob. All I thought about was Rob, because every picture is Rob with either one of the bandmates. And I'm like, and I just when I saw him having beer with everybody, I was like, okay, in minutes he had people there. That was good. That was good. So I think we're all got each other, and I love you guys.
We love you too.
Thank you.
Your mom
I,
loves you.
I do have to say it was so therapeutic and just like what the moment needed to be able to go to OMD, that night, and them to pay tribute, and then to see all the devotees. I got to hug Poppy, like you're saying, and I got to hug Ellie, and like so many people from the group that were there, and then for the band OMD to like pay such a nice tribute to Fletch. It was, I mean, thankfully, like you said, I met up with people, and I was already planning to meet up with this guy that he was just a Depeche Mode fan. His name's Steve. He was on here earlier. We were just planning to meet up for a beer and have lunch before the whole news. I actually called him on my way, because the place is walking distance for me, and he was driving there, and I called him. I told him, dude, Fletch died. I had broke the news to him, but so it made it even more impactful to be able to be there with someone, and I was so thankful. And then I basically stayed there drinking, and other people joined us to celebrate Fletch, and I stayed there until I left at OMD. My friend picked me up to go to OMD from that place, so it was just like, raising the glass for Fletch, as we're doing again today. And I hope maybe this becomes like, how Never Let Me Down Again, the whole symbol. Maybe for Fletch, this becomes the symbol, because like I said, World in My Eyes was his favorite song, and for all of us to pay tribute to him that way is, I hope that catches on somehow, and regardless, though, I'm just thankful we were able to pay tribute to Fletch. And I see Patty with her hand up, so I'd love to have you come say some words, Patty.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, seldom do you really see me, like speechless, I guess. It's been a very quiet kind of few days. But, again, a lot of people have been reaching out, and I've been reaching out to a lot of people. And, I really appreciate it, because I'm not living up to my Party Patty name. But, who really wants to party right now? It's like it's kind of somber a few days, When I first heard about it, yeah, I was reading it just like Mama T said, and I was like, this is BS. I can't believe that. Nah, that can't be true. I dismissed it really quickly, and I was at work. And so then I got a text from my ex, and he said it. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, well, I guess it must be true, because, he didn't really care much for the group anyway. That's another reason why he's an ex. But in any case, I was like, oh my God. So I don't know what kind of face I must have put, but one of my coworkers is like, are you okay? You need to sit down. Like, you look like you're going to faint or something. And I was like, yeah, I'm like, I'm really not well. I don't feel good at all. I need to sit down. You're right. I do. And so I had to, take a few sips of water and all this stuff, and then I was like reading and looking, and I was like, yeah, it was like 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, more stuff started coming out and whatnot. And I was just like, wow, I can't believe it. Like this is unbelievable, and I just, I couldn't process it. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to hear Depeche Mode. I didn't want to, I just was like, let's put it in the back burner. Like, it's not real if I don't talk about it, if I don't like deal with it or whatnot, but, as inevitably reality is, there's certain reminders, going home, seeing my daughters, seeing, Depeche Mode stuff. And I was just like, oh man, I was like, all right, we're just going to have to deal with this, and, it was like, I needed to just be alone and just kind of process things. And, right away, people started reaching out, like I said, it's like talking with Mama T, and then became a FaceTime. And then it was like a messenger call. Hey, Jeff. And, like, what's going on, and like, we're just talking. And then Atusa. And then, it just, everything started popping, and it was like, it's real. Everybody is reaching out and talking, and we're all feeling the same kind of emotions, and I'm doing more of the listening, just like for the most part of this call I've been doing, just listening and hearing the great stories that everybody has, and hearing all the great experiences and whatnot, and it helped to jog the memory of really positive memories that I had too, from the few times, not many times, few times that I actually got to see Andy, I can't even really say his name right now. God, this is terrible. Anyways, so yeah, just seeing him, and I was very, very, very grateful that there was a book signing that I went to, that one of my friends, that she was in the business, she invited me to go to. She's like, they're going to be at Tower Records or Best Buy or some place, and they're going to be there, and they're promoting their book and this and that, whatever. I'm going with Schemer. I'm going with, this and that. I'm like, all right, yeah, let's go, and, it was one of those 1 hour to the next kind of events that occurred, and we were online and this and that. And for some reason I had the counterfeit tape. I don't know why I had it on me, but I had my counterfeit tape, and of course I wanted Martin's signature on it, and I did get it, but for me, the more important thing was to tell the group how much they meant to me. I had the opportunity to tell them, all of them, how much they meant to me, and like how they've saved my life so many times, because, for whatever reason, like, I don't do very well with emotions, I guess. And I can't always express what I feel, but Depeche Mode was always there to express the feelings that I had at the time that I had them. And so I had that great opportunity to tell them that they saved my life over and over again in that regard. And I remember I was like crying, like, and Martin was just like, in his awkward way, he kind of backed away, but Fletch, he just kind of gave me a little tap on my wrist, like, it's okay, and I was like, oh, he's so sweet, very nice and everything, and Dave was just like, I don't know, he just was like, I'm sorry, darling, but Fletch was really so sweet, and that's what I remember most about him, and then that was in the early 2000s, I think. And then the last time I really got to see them was in 2017, when they went to the NYU theater, whatever, Skirball, and they did like a little chat. And again, the same people invited me to this, to this event. And, I didn't get a chance to ask anything because I was like, all I wanted to do was hear them, but it was just endearing to see all of them and just talking and interacting and whatnot. But I didn't get a chance to say anything to them. But it was just great to be in their presence. And I just relished that even more than just trying to talk to them, just being in the presence of our idols, the people that we, maybe aspired to be in some sort of way. But, it was just great to see all of them together. And, now I'm wondering, like, is that going to happen again anytime soon? My daughters really are into them. They want to see them in concert. Is that going to happen? It's all up in the air now. And it's like, it's a real shame that if they don't, let's put it that way. It's a real shame if they don't, because I feel like this generation would be cheated out of a great band if they didn't. But I understand why they wouldn't, because, that's a big missing piece right there. Like everyone has said, Andy was the glue, and certainly was, like the glue of the band, and this, I don't know. Well, all we could do is hope and pray that the families, get some sort of comfort, I can't imagine. I just can't imagine right now how they must be feeling. Hopefully they do feel the love that we give them, because we want to give them a lot of love. I want to give them a lot of love, but I can't imagine. And so.
Were you on, Patty, when I mentioned about, I want to put together a video? Maybe not.
Yes.
So anyway.
Yes, I did.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
I did.
Oh, okay. So yeah, for those who weren't on, if anybody, if you have pictures or video you want to send, rob@depecheglobal.com. I want to put together a compilation of just all of us, kind of sharing our love for Fletch, pictures with him, or pictures with a poster with him, or pictures of him wearing a shirt of him, or a quick video holding a sign saying "Love you, Fletch," or whatever, something. I want to put something together the way I did with the New Year's Eve thing, and
that's cool.
Yeah.
Can I just say one more thing? I'm sorry.
Oh, absolutely, totally, yeah, totally. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just
no. You did not. I feel like I'm cutting you off. And I don't know if you guys talked about this earlier, but there's some real low lifes out there. I don't know if you've like seen on. I'm one of those people. I just don't follow like the family members, their Instagram stuff. I don't know. I feel weird about it, so I don't follow like Granny on Instagram or anything like that. But there's some real assholes out there, and they have been. They're like the anti-vax people have been posting on Granny's page about that the vaccine did this to Fletch. And I'm like, God damn, can you not let this woman mourn and grief? It's awful. It's awful.
My gosh. Yeah, that is.
I don't know if any of you have seen that.
I have not seen that. I do follow.
I have. I ripped someone to shreds on it in a
good
thread.
Band members. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Poppy.
Sorry, it's probably the same person. I saw him post on a thread about, like, speculating that this was a result of a COVID vaccine, and I just ripped into shreds. And
Yeah.
it's so disgusting, just too
I
disgusting.
mean, come on,
Yeah,
like,
that's horrible.
like, listen, we all have our personal beliefs and stuff like that, but this is not the time or the place, and let the woman. She's just lost the love of her life and her, husband and the father of her children. Like, it was awful. I just couldn't believe it. Just awful.
Yeah, to speculate over something like that, I mean, that should just, keep it amongst yourselves, like vax, no vax, whatever, like that's beyond the point. The point is that he's not here anymore. You know what I mean? Like, no, for somebody to say that it was like, for example, Rolling Stone saying that it was natural causes. You don't know that. They don't know that. They don't have any idea, like toxicology reports and everything are coming up in a few weeks. That could even take a month. You know what I'm saying? So for them to say anything, that's stupid, and it's ridiculous, but anyway.
They should preface it by like apparently of natural causes or something,
I'm sorry?
I said they should preface it with like apparently of natural causes or what, but obviously, yeah, you're right. They totally don't know. And also to follow on the point of, I'm okay with following the public accounts of family members, and I'm okay with sharing in global public posts. Like, obviously don't want to share all these like just posts of kids or whatever, but if it's a family member and they share a picture that has Fletch in it, I'm okay with that, and it's public. But I did have problems when,
and I'm not judging anyone who follows Grainy or
No,
I don't.
No, that's totally fine too. I'm just vocalizing my opinions on it. But
sure.
Also, because there are groups that they won't allow any pictures from family members or anything. But I'm like, if they're public, I feel like it's okay. But I don't like there was a picture of Alan Wilder that was shared on a private. Like, we didn't allow that to be posted. That was not something I was going to post. Because
but that was
if
like
it's not
5 minutes
public,
later after posting. Somebody said not to. They made it so that it was like, oh my God, we posted this. You shouldn't have posted this. Somebody close to the family, if not part of the family, said, can you please take it down? Like, we didn't mean for it to come out like this or leak out this way. Please take it down. And like a lot of people actually did respect that. And I was pretty proud of that.
That's how it should be. I mean, just like I don't even agree with Richard Blade sharing a private text message from Martin Gore. Like, why? I would be pissed off if I was Martin Gore. I'd be like, why are you sharing a text message? I mean, regardless of if it was literally nothing. I mean, but it's still like, why are you sharing a private message?
He's done that.
Can I just say something real quick? I know he has.
Go ahead.
It's not surprising that he's done that, but I was more upset about somebody posting about trying to sell something for that Fletch had signed. I'm like, are you serious? Like, how can you post something like that, to a fan club? It was nobody here, obviously, and not this fan club, but some other supposed fan person in another one of the, clubs. They posted like, oh yeah, I have this signed by him. You think it's too soon to sell it? I was like, are you really serious? Come on.
I mean, people always trying to capitalize. I mean, there was, and it was the reverse reaction actually, where one of my moderators posted a picture, like, because she was disgusted that someone was trying to sell Annie Fletcher memorial t-shirts. But I'm like, you're just giving this guy like promo by posting it in the group, like, and so she deleted it. But I'm like, yeah, it is disgusting and it's horrible. Like, what is the try to capitalize off someone's demise, but it's just unbelievable the way people are, but thankfully our group, we're lucky that, we have so many great people. We aren't the largest Depeche Mode group out there, not even close, but it's about quality, not quantity. So, I'm thankful for our members, and our members are great about reporting posts, and if there's something weird, we don't make it so that you have to get approval to post anything in global. You can basically post instantaneously, and luckily we don't see a bunch of garbage, that people are allowed to post and have the freedom to post as they should. And it's just crazy to think, like you're saying, about people trying to capitalize. I'm a member of a lot of collectors groups for sports things, and a lot of these groups, they have like a moratorium. Like if someone passes away, you can't even advertise like a signed baseball or something, by someone who passed away for like weeks or a month, before, and that's how it should be. Like, why all of a sudden you selling this item just because this guy died? It's horrible. Hey Tony, are you on? Looks like DJ Tony's there, but I don't hear him.
Even though even though I won't be able to thank Fletch in real life for getting me into this group, I think he already knows that I'm grateful for this group.
Well, here's the Fletch.
Here's
So
to Fletch, and I'd like to add to this group. We're all going through this together. And I love you all, and I love our group. I love this group.
Love you too, Patty. Glad to see you in person recently too.
I'm gonna get there one day.
Y'all,
Oh my God.
hopefully we'll see each other in the future under better circumstances.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
So again, I want to make sure everybody is able to say, if you haven't had a chance to speak up, please feel free. Again, you can say anything you want. Just if you want to get something off your chest and you don't even know what you want to say, we want to make sure you have a forum to communicate, and we're all here for each other. So, it doesn't have to be it doesn't matter if you met him or even if you've even seen the band in concert. If his music has been a part of your life and you're just devastated, whatever, anything you want to share, we're here to talk with you. So I'm just opening it up because I have no queue right now. So anybody who wants to say anything, feel free.
Hi, everybody. This is Isabel.
Hi, Isabel.
Hi. No, I
Hi.
just want to say, I've never met the band. I never met any of them, never met Fletch, but I'm just thankful for everybody here. I'm just thankful for this community. And oh God, I'm getting emotional now. But yeah, I don't have too many friends that I guess I can share all this emotion with and knows what I'm going through. I do have some friends who are into Depeche Mode, but not as much as I am. But again, I'm just thankful. Thank you, Rob, for creating this group, and thank you for this Zoom meeting, for the opportunity to grieve with my fellow Depeche Mode fans. I'm just so grateful for all of you and thankful to be able to grieve together the loss of Andy. And I was supposed to go to that OMD show the other night. I was kind of so bummed that I missed it, but hopefully there'll be another opportunity in the future. And hopefully there'll be an opportunity to meet the rest of the boys, even though I didn't get to meet Fletch, like some of you have. But again, thank you for everything. And I guess Andy was my first crush from Depeche Mode when I was in high school. He was my first crush from when I first started getting into the band. But other than that, I don't have very many. Well, I do. I remember my first show was actually for Black Celebration for at the Irvine Meadows show on July 15th. My friend and I just at the last minute bought the tickets on the way to the show. So that was my first Depeche Mode. I was 19 years old, and then I have never looked back. That was so awesome. My first experience with Depeche Mode. And actually the day after Andy passed, I actually wanted to go, and I actually wanted to drive out to Irvine and look for where Irvine Meadows used to be. I wanted to actually go there just to remember him, but haven't had that opportunity yet. So hopefully soon, one day, I'll get to do that. So anyway, here's to Andy. Cheers to Andy. And never forget Depeche Mode forever. Depeche Mode forever.
Isabel, it's bad luck to toast with water too.
I know. I know. It's like I
told Fletch not to, you got to drink after the clinking, and it's also I'm Indian. We're very superstitious people, so it's bad luck. It's a bad luck to toast with water.
It is. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go get something else now.
You brought up a good point too. I almost thought I was thinking like we should have set up a shrine outside of the Rose Bowl or something, but where you mentioned about Irvine Meadows. Irvine Meadows is not here anymore, but
I know.
Yeah, they did that in front of Honda Studios in Berlin. Did you see those photographs?
I saw some pictures of some places, but I wasn't sure where they were set up.
Yeah.
And even personally, my last show with the band is like 5 minutes from my house. I mean, obviously, my last show that Andy Fletcher performed was Honda Center on May 22nd, 2018. I didn't even realize that it was 4 years and 4 days to the day, basically, after that show that he passed away. Like, I mean, you expect in 4 years that you're gonna see them again, not that you're gonna hear the news that Fletch passed away.
Yeah.
Tony Stewart is back. Tony, are you there? Yo, Tony.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, it's Mama T from New York. What's up?
Hey, so for those of you who don't know, I want to tell you that Jeff, Tony, and I all went to high school together. So.
Oh my God, I did not know that.
Depeche Mode still keeps people in touch for decades and decades and.
Rob, I'm always in Orange County, and I never seem to cross your path.
Well, we need to make sure that happens soon, man.
Yeah, man. I was like a few weeks ago. I was like in the circle, just hanging out by myself.
Oh my God.
Okay, well, next time, let me know like a day or two in advance when you're going to be down here next. And
okay, I will let you know. So how's everybody doing? Everybody's okay?
Tony,
we're trying to heal together.
Tony's gonna keep spinning Depeche Mode, right, Tony?
Yes, I am actually. I was actually spinning last night, but I wasn't playing Depeche Mode. Well, no, I played some Depeche.
Oh,
I was
why
on
didn't
Twitch.
I get your notification? I have your notifications on.
Did
yeah,
you?
We need you.
For a while.
Damn, I must have missed it.
Yeah, I wasn't really playing a lot of Depeche Mode, so I wasn't like getting post anything because we had some people over last night. And of course, I'm always going to find a way to play Depeche Mode because it's just the way it goes. But yeah,
I think that was wonderful that night that you were playing, and I was like, oh,
I would love to do it on Facebook, but they block. I mean, I can't only play and they just So what will happen is I'll typically go on. I will stream from Facebook, and then I will put the link in the comment. So if you go to Twitch, that way I can keep.
Oh, I'll find you on Twitch. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, they won't, because if you're on Twitch, you can be for DJs, we can DJ on Twitch without it being interrupted. So Facebook just won't let you do it anymore. So
you're on for like half an hour, and then it's like interrupted all of a sudden.
Yeah, because what will happen is it'll get away. I can get away with certain songs, and then once it starts to realize what I'm doing, I'll get a banner and it'll say your broadcast is about to be interrupted, and then it'll kick it off. And then you probably think, oh, he's done. And then 9 times out of 10, I'll just restart it right over again. But if I play anything that's like off of Black Celebration or Music for the Masses or Violator, it'll block it within like a song.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna
Hey,
get back.
Tony, they want to
Yeah.
know your Twitch info in the chat. So if we could post that in the chat.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me do that real quick.
And also, I don't know if you, because I don't know if you've ever posted the links in global, but you're always welcome to post the links in global.
Oh no, I do. What I actually did is I changed my picture because it was before it was just me holding a disco ball, and now I put it just like it's not my photo from when I took over their Facebook page because it has my ex-wife on it, and I don't want to see that shit. So I created a new with I photoshopped my name and then I put it on a different picture.
Okay.
Oh,
Because I was
well,
like,
see,
yeah.
if you have the disco ball one, then everyone might think it's a Pet Shop Boys thing. So
Right. Yeah, let me
I'm
get
not loud.
that.
Thank you so much,
information.
Tony.
Huh? What's that?
I'd still follow you with a disco ball. Disco ball's like catnip to me. As soon as
Oh, I love disco balls. They're the best. But yeah, I mean, I was trying to DJ the other night, like right when the day we all found out, I was actually under the weather and I wanted to play that night, but I just couldn't do it. So I waited till the next day and I was like, all right, I'm doing it today.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah, I think we all someday knew this was going to happen, but we thought it would never happen this soon,
Well,
Yeah,
you
we
got
just-
me. You got me even harder because when I saw your post, I saw your hurt. You're like, oh, I can't believe this. All your posts on Facebook, and then I'm like, when I was relieved when I saw you playing and spinning, and that's when I told you the other night, don't you ever stop. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not.
because you were lost for a minute. We all were. And when I saw you, I was like, that's what he needs to do. And that was therapy right there.
Yeah, for me, it was just one of those things where they've always been my therapy. They've got me through so many different types of, experiences or sadness or good times.
All of us.
There isn't a moment that I don't I can listen to their music and I can visualize the situation or where I was when I heard the song or just there's too many memories entwined with their music,
Tony, speaking of that, to let these people know, we would walk to one of our buddies' houses right by Orange High School, and we'd put on Depeche Mode records, like me, him, and this guy Matt Parker, at Matt Parker's house actually, and we would just sit there and talk all about Depeche Mode and play Depeche Mode music. And I actually went to one of the shows because Matt Parker is in Vegas, so I went to see Depeche Mode in Vegas on the Global Spirit Tour with him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Matt in forever.
But it's crazy though, right? Do you remember, like, I mean, we'd look through the magazines where they'd have like the freaking whatever, those UK magazines that had Depeche Mode. I can't even think of the names of them. Pop smash hits and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Well, because he was, he would go to London every summer, bring stuff back all the time, and
he was from London, right?
Yeah, because he lived he lived a block away from me, and so his mom, his mom, and his aunt, they were all from London, and so he was like the real first English kid I ever met. And what's funny is because of him, I started DJing because he introduced me to a friend of his, this guy named Tommy O'Halloran, and he was like, "Yo, you should meet my friend Tommy. He likes Depeche Mode as much as you do." And so I went over to his house in Anaheim Hills, and he had like a crazy dope record collection of Depeche Mode tracks. I mean, like Master and Servant, like Slavery remix with the marble vinyl, and he had so many different Depeche Mode records. And I was like, dude, and I didn't have any really. And so I started buying my own versions of it, and we learned how to DJ together. And so it really started, my DJ career started through Matt inadvertently. It's funny. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because I was, I mean, I used to, we also go skate at roller rinks and stuff like that. And I was always playing with music or making mixtapes and stuff like that. But doing it, being around equipment, because Tommy had turntables, right? So I was like, oh, dude, you got two turntables, and we just kind of like started doing it together. And then I spent my whole summer at his house. It was like the summer of '85, really. And from that point on, I've never stopped DJing. It's like
you should let him know that. Actually, recently, unfortunately, he had some major health issue kind of thing. So,
who, Matt?
You should let him know that.
Yeah, I don't know if Matt wants to talk to me because we had a political falling out on Facebook. So,
well, Jeff and I had political falling outs over many times. And
well,
I think we all have to just go beyond.
Well, I don't have a problem with it. I don't care. I was just saying.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Just reach out to him and tell him about, hey man, thanks to you, I'm a DJ because of.
Well, listen, I've tried to message him on Facebook and he doesn't respond. So I figured he doesn't want to talk to me. So
okay, I will message him. Maybe he is.
And here's the thing:
people have it hidden and all that stuff or whatever.
Here's the thing: he was just so mad that I railed on Trump so much, and his comment was like, if this is what it's going to be like, he's like, he was just mad. So he was just like, and I'm like, dude, he's a fucking president. He doesn't even fucking like you. He doesn't even know you, dude. So relax. You know what I mean? So, anyways, so I've been talking to him like since 2016 at all.
Yeah, that whole political generation turned a lot of people sideways. So.
Yeah, so anyways,
we won't talk politics on here because we don't really want to. But
oh no, I'm not trying to do that.
I'm not, and I know many devotees and even the band probably agree with your sentiments. But I'm just saying because I'm not defending Matt's point of view because I'm certainly not. I'm not in the same camp as him either myself, but
no, what's funny is the way I look at it. Just people have differences, and you just have to accept their differences, and that's it. And that's what makes it better is when people just learn to understand or agree to disagree, but not let that get in the way of relationships. You know what I mean? We
need to focus more on our common bonds than
exactly like Depeche Mode.
Yes. I've known Tony since junior high, and we still get along.
Exactly. I don't. People say what they want to say, and that's their opinions, man. We all have our opinions.
People are people, so
exactly. And what's funny is, a lot of you guys have met members of Depeche Mode. I've never met not a single one of them, which is it's kind of a bummer, but it's kind of cool too because then I don't lose the mystique I have for them.
They like to project that mystique too. They are one of the most mysterious kind of bands as far as projecting that mystique. But
I just don't. Yeah, I've met so many different celebrities in my life, like a lot, and like I was afraid if I ever met them and they were assholes, that would bum me out. So I was like, I'd rather just not.
I want to tell a real quick story about
nice guys. So it's a good
Tony. I want to tell them a real quick story about you talking about celebrities. So you said, you've met a lot of celebrities. You were in a band with Brian Austin Green from 90210, right?
I was.
So wow. You guys know who that is, right? Brian Austin Green.
Yes.
What's his name? What was his character's name on there?
David.
I'm still really good friends with him. Matter of fact, I'm going to his baby shower on Saturday.
Oh
Dude,
my God.
Hey, tell him what we want a Depeche Mode Global Drinking Chat with him.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, we should do that.
That'd be cool, dude. I did a couple episodes of 90210 myself, but just as an extra. But I'm actually on the show. Like you could see me.
Wonder if it was any time that I was. No, I must not have been on the set when you were there.
It's on.
It was in 1995 when I was on. I was on 2 episodes back then. I was a crap stealer on one show.
1995.
Yeah, 1995.
Oh, dude, I was fully like around then. I must not have been there that day.
Yeah, you must not have been.
Yeah, I literally was at the set at 90210 like at least twice because he would call me and he'd be like, dude, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm just chilling. He's like, dude, just come over, bro. Like, we have really good craft service. He would always like lure me in with like the food. So I'd be like, You should come have lunch, bro. And I'm like, all right, I'll head over. Because it was just like they filmed in the Valley, and I lived in LA at the time. So it would be like a 20-minute drive and just roll over there and end up hanging out for most of the day and then bail and go do something. Because I used to DJ nightclubs with them. And I did clubs with them. So we had club nights. So I was around them all the time. So
yeah, it's definitely boring on the set. Like it's not as glamorous as like it sounds, you know.
It was like it's not what people think, you know, it's like it's really boring.
12-hour like, days and you're filming for like, you know, half hour or something. And like,
yeah, at first I was excited to go, and then sometimes I'd be like, nah, bro, I'm doing stuff. It was like, you know, it's like you're just standing around, you know, you're not doing anything. So it just, yeah. But it's all good, man. It's good times.
90210 is on Pluto TV now. I was watching it like a while back, and I felt I got like totally absorbed into it again. It was so good.
And they had Depeche Mode as some of their music actually on some of the shows.
I think I might have heard one. I'm pretty sure.
I too was an extra on that in 1993, and I remember meeting Brian Austin Green on the set. Very cool dude.
Rob and Jay get around. They're always in Jay, especially. He's always in somebody's photo.
That was my first extra job. Was on Beverly Hills 90210.
Oh, cool.
Spring of '93, and it was a scene where the character of Brenda, played by Shannon Doherty, was in a college play, and we were there to see the play. And then I was also in a scene where her friends were backstage, and I was one of the friends backstage. So it was surreal because I fully admit I was totally into that show in college. I watched it, and male bonding night was watching The Simpsons and then 90210 and Melrose Place. That's what we did. Me and my roommate.
Watch that. Everyone watched that.
Yeah, and that was in 90, right? And so that was up in Seattle. And then I moved to LA in 93 and quickly got into the industry. And I remember looking around and I'm like, wow, you know, Luke Perry's short and Jason Priestley is little. And the girls were like, they had 12-year-old boy bodies. They were just skinny rail girls, you know, they like little dolls. But that's what the camera puts on 15 pounds to all these people and height. And so I'm 6 foot. So I'm like a giant among these people. And it was
that's the way they film. They'll film at certain angles to think people look taller. There's a whole bunch.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricks they used. And that was my first time on that set. But I got to say, they were all very nice. And Brian Austin Green was one of the first people that I met, and great day. And I'm not surprised to hear that he's really cool in person. I mean, I just met him just briefly, but it is a trip when you're on a set and you see what it's like and how much makeup is caked onto them. You're like, they don't even look real, you know,
bro.
Kelly was not cool. Kelly was not cool.
Brian, he would be like, all right, we'd leave. We're to be together. And we'd walk out and I'm like, dude, you have a lot of fucking makeup on your face, bro.
Yeah.
He's like, I go, don't you want to take it off? He's like, I don't care. I'm like, so he'd go and stop and get cigarettes. Dude.
Yeah. I know. It's the foundation.
It's like obvious he's got makeup on.
When I did get principal roles, that's the first thing I did was once I got to the trailer, I just get off me. 3 hours of makeup for a movie called Alien Nation. Where I was a alien, you know, and 3 hours of putting the egghead on and half hour to take it off because they got this aspergum to keep it on you. And I mean, it was just, so there's 4 hours of your life just getting makeup put on and off. And then it sucks. But yeah, Brian, I would love to, he'll never remember. That was 30 years ago and I met him for 5 seconds, but it would be cool to have him come in here.
I was jealous that Flea was on Obi-Wan Kenobi. You know, talking about being extras.
Totally.
I would love to do anything on a Star Wars movie, just any or series or.
I gotta watch that. I haven't been out of town, so I gotta watch that and Stranger Things.
I'm gonna eat because I don't want to eat in front of you. That's rude. So I'll check back in a little bit.
Okay, cool. Sounds good, Tony. I'm sorry to diverge so much from the Fletch talk, but I hope you guys put a little smile on your face because it was kind of a little fun conversation right there. But
so if you guys are still around, I'll check back in.
Okay,
Tony,
banana chips.
Did you say you were in Orange? Yeah,
I'm in Encinitas.
Encinitas,
California.
I do hang out with Rob occasionally, so we'll have to
No,
hang
I'm gonna
out.
hook up with Rob every time I'm in Orange County. I'm like, I need to like I message him, or he's out of town when I do. He's like, oh, dude, I'm not around. So
Yeah.
we gotta time it out right.
Hey, well, let's plan something. We can hang out at the pool. Jay and I and Jeff.
Yeah,
did,
I
like,
hang out all the
recently,
time.
like, so,
All right, well, let's do that, man.
Right on, dude.
Later.
Cheers.
so
All right.
Jeff, if you can man the hosting for just a moment, because I'm gonna step away for just a second. But if you could figure out who wants to go next, then I'll be right back.
All right.
I'm just gonna say goodbye. I gotta go because it's like 7 o'clock, so I'm gonna have dinner. I already
All right.
started eating, and then Tony was like, "I'm not gonna be rude and eat in front of everybody." And here I am.
Thank you so much for joining, and good to see you.
Yeah,
and
good to see you
to talk
too.
soon.
Yeah, bye,
Yeah, glad
Heather.
you didn't
Bye,
join
everybody.
us.
Bye,
Awesome. See
Isabel.
ya.
Thanks. Bye. Bye.
Thanks for your story.
Oh, my pleasure. I hope to meet you guys in person when I'm out in LA at some point. All right, take care. Bye.
Bye. So anyone else have a story they want to tell? No? Susie Q's driving over there.
Hey, Jeff. Hi, everybody.
Hey, what's going on?
Sorry, I've been quiet all day.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm heading out to a carnival right now.
I haven't heard from Ellie yet either.
Hi. I can't
Hi,
even
Ellie.
talk.
Ellie.
Hi, how are you guys? I don't know
Oh
what
my
happened to my
gosh,
voice.
Ellie, your voice.
I don't know what happened. I haven't
no.
spoken really. How are you guys doing?
Freedom.
Aw.
Doing all right. How are you?
Good. Going back and forth, you know how that goes.
Yeah.
Like always.
I hear you. It's a tough time.
Yeah. All I could say, all I've been saying is my beautiful beloved Depeche Mode. I can't.
Yeah,
That's all I could say.
I know. I'm trying to take my mind off of it because it's been on my mind the whole time.
Yeah.
I've just been really sad, so I'm trying to like do anything to like distract myself from thinking
Right.
because I've been sad and crying too.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah. I'm just glad that we have this group, you know.
Yeah, really.
'Cause nobody really understands outside this group.
Mm-mm.
They're just kind of like, okay, yeah, so a band member passed away. I'm like, no, you don't understand. This is a band that's like influenced our entire life.
Oh yeah.
And only us understand that.
Exactly.
You know?
I was told, oh, boo-hoo, did you know him? I'm like, I've known him for over 40 years. Yes. We all know him through music. Yes.
Very
My musical-
insensitive.
Yeah. But then when I got on Facebook, I saw all, I mean, not just one or two, like a dozen or more pictures of everybody with their meetings with Fletch. And it wasn't just now, it was over the years. Through them. We lived through them and we lived through each other. So it hurt my
Yeah.
feelings that there was no compassion there when it was like, I would be so sympathetic towards anyone else, you know? And it just, I was like, and
Yeah.
this is a very close friend, like, oh my God. So when they said that, I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to be sad or upset or, yeah. I just didn't.
Right.
And I got off the phone and I just put my music on and got to everybody else here. And, you know.
Everybody has their own way of grieving. So
Yeah. Oh, we did.
Yeah. I created a Spotify
always-
playlist just because all I wanted to hear was Depeche, you know.
That's great. Yeah, I have a Depeche Mode. I just everybody has that set up on this Alexa or Amazon. I have that.
David's gonna be really happy when he hears this, but I basically went to everybody's set list and I copied it and put it on my YouTube, so I
Oh,
can have
love it. You will
multiple views of Depeche Mode as per each point of view. You know what I mean?
Me too. I've been listening to those set lists too.
That's
Especially mine, the one I made.
Oh, I love those set lists. You guys did a phenomenal job on all of them. I bookmarked the page that David sent us, just so I can hear them all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've been listening to those too.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I
It's
just
always-
love every single one of them.
Ellie, did you ever make a perfume based off of Fletch?
No, I no. When I met Fletch, I was like 11.
Oh, you were
So
11
no.
when you met him?
Yeah.
Oh my
In
god.
1986, on July 14th, 1986, in
Wow.
Burbank, California.
11.
Yeah.
Oh my
And the
gosh.
next day I went to the concert. That's why I started crying when the lady was saying that she went to the concert at Irvine Meadows in 1986 because we went backstage for that show. And
Oh,
so yeah.
wow.
So those are those are the concerts that I love the best. Black Celebration, of course, Pasadena, and now the Honda Center is one of my favorites because it's the last one where we saw Fletch. So yeah, those are the ones that I'm always going to
Hey.
remember.
Yeah, that was the last show. So the what, second leg of the tour?
Yeah, so I never want to forget those days.
Right, early that night that all the devotees got together. I remember that.
I remember the pre-party that Susan was invited to before the Honda Center.
I didn't know any of you guys there.
You are never gonna let that go, are you, Rob?
Oh no, he's never gonna let it go, man.
We're gonna give you up. You just got rickrolled.
Never.
You never let me down. You never let me down, Rob. You never let me down, Rob.
I didn't see Susie Q there either.
What? Oh, thanks a lot, Jeff. You're supposed to have my back here. What the heck? Oh,
I'm gonna
gosh,
be there before you, Susie Q.
You're gonna what? Okay, but how
I'm
do I
gonna be
redeem
there
myself,
before
Rob?
you.
You know I redeemed myself. You know what, Patty? Patty, what'd you say? You were there before me?
Yeah.
Man, but I redeemed myself and I helped organize his birthday get together at his house. Remember? We surprised him and showed up.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was
Oh,
phenomenal.
that was a good one. You got him good there.
Right?
Yeah, we partied right where he's sitting right now.
That was
Yeah.
phenomenal. Thank you.
You're welcome. That was such a fun night.
Yeah, it was.
We were so happy to like drive past your house and put all the Depeche Mode signs and probably irritate the hell out of your neighbors, but we didn't care.
We were gonna TP it first, but we didn't. We decided not to.
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah,
a good
Jeff
thing.
was like,
That would
let's
have been
TP it.
wrong.
And I'm like, right? That would have been
Just
wrong.
kidding. Just kidding.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
we were in a
Jeff
rush
was the one
to
who
get over there.
suggested that, huh?
Yeah, it was Jeff. We're gonna put the blame on him.
Okay.
That's funny.
Poor Jeff. It's always his fault.
It's always
Yeah.
So many of us, that will be our last show with Fletch then, the
Yep.
Anaheim.
The Anaheim show.
Yeah, I thought about that. I was at the Angels game the other night, and I saw the Honda Center was like looking right at it, and the flags were half staffed because of the Texas tragedy. But to me, it was just as relevant because of Fletch. Like
for sure.
Tough week last week for sure, all around. Really,
Very tough week. I was already feeling sad about the Texas thing, and then hearing the news. I was at work when I found out. I had 3 friends of mine who know how much I love Depeche that are not in this group, but I've invited them to join. But 3 of them reached out to me and were like, "Oh my God, you were the first person I thought. Did you hear this?" And I was like, "What?" I was at work crying with students, and I had to like hold it in. And I couldn't grieve until I got off work like around 6. And I fell apart after that. I still can't believe it. Like, he's part of our childhood, all throughout our teenage years. I mean, into adulthood, everything we've been through,
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I've never had the opportunity to meet the band. I wish I could. I love them since I was 12. So a lot of you hearing your stories, I'm like, wow, that's so awesome. They got to meet the band. And then several times, like, well, how? Like, I never
Right.
had those opportunities.
I'm living vicariously
Like,
as
how
well.
did you meet them? My gosh. You're like, yeah, I was here and I happened to be in this hotel and Fletch was just there by himself. I'm like, what? How did you get so lucky? I have never had that opportunity. I would just die.
I got to meet Fletch on Devotional.
So,
He's right in our room right here. Or should I not mention
Jeff,
that? Sorry.
Jeff, you're too much.
Sorry, Jay.
Yeah.
I haven't
Jay's our
seen
LA
101
Fletch.
yet.
He's
but
our
I
LA
want to see
Fletch.
it.
I actually got fired from Devotional like 3 different times, but the last time was the final one, and then Freddie quit the whole music industry. Now that he's back doing his thing, I've moved on and I've got a different band. So I'm the Marty Fletch now. So I'm technically not the Fletch anymore with my new band, but the good news is I get to sing Martin songs on stage.
Yeah. You'll
But-
still be our LA Fletch, no matter
Yeah,
what.
I'm the Marty Fletch. So
Always.
you could, yeah, I'm still a Fletch, but I look more like Fletch
Yes.
than I do Martin. But I'm singing the Martin songs, but I look like Fletch because I can't help it. That's my mom and dad's fault. It's like,
Yes, you do.
so. I mean, look at the picture behind me. I mean, come on. You know, it's like there's
I
Fletch.
know.
It's
You,
like,
you totally look like Fletch.
look, I'm looking in a mirror right now.
Even got that hairstyle.
Yeah. So, but yeah, with Devotional, I mean, the first couple of times I got fired, we just didn't say anything because he kept asking me to come back. You know, it's like I just okay, that was fun. And then 2 weeks later, I need you back, and then I fired again, and then a month later, I need you back. And but the last time I knew was the last time because he quit the whole thing. You know. And
Yeah.
so it's just too bad because I love Freddie, but it just the trust is gone, and it just didn't work out. But this new band I'm doing is great, and then the Dave Gone we have, his name is Roland Dark. He's really good, and we have a lot of fun. And we just played Mexico, and we had a great time in Mexicali. And again, I get to sing now with the Martin song, so
That's cool.
it's a different experience, that's for sure. I'll always love Freddie for bringing me on to Devotional, and I appreciate that, but it just didn't work out, and I wish him well, but it's not a good fit, but I loved it. I love being Fletch with him, and I love being Marty Fletch with this new one. So just gonna move on, but just really grateful for this group. And no, I didn't get to meet Fletch in person, but I feel like I did because of all these stories and
I know, right?
all of you that did, and had these great stories. I love that. So again, I'm vicariously just sucking all this in and just loving it.
Yeah, same.
Well, you look like you're having fun with all the videos I've seen of you guys playing.
I'm having fun. It was really emotional Saturday, singing. We dedicated the whole night to Fletch, and people would come up to me in broken English. Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss, and like he was my best friend or something. But I'd never met him my entire life, but yeah, I'd studied him quite a bit. I felt like I knew who he was. So that was really nice to have all those fans of Depeche Mode come up to me and the band, after the show and, want pictures and stuff. And I'm like, we're the tribute. We're not the real thing. You know that, and just so you know, we're faking it. We're mock stars. But they were really generous and kind. And that was just our third show ever with this lineup. So the first 2 shows we did, New Wave Bar and That 80s Bar, kind of a home field advantage. But when you go to Mexicali and, all they know is that we're Depeche Mode, and, they just embraced it. So it was a very emotional day, and I did get emotional. The last song I sang was Home. And I said, this is for Andrew. And it was tough. I had a hard time with it, but we got through it, and it's great. I'm very blessed to have that outlet, that I could sing to fans, I mean, I do it at karaoke, but because the day he died, I hosted my karaoke show, and we said, this is Depeche Mode night. And every song in between, like while you're waiting to go up to sing, was a Depeche Mode song. And most of the people did sing Depeche all night on Thursday night. And it was really touching. I sang a few songs, and I had to stop a few times because I was just so emotional. It's like, again, it just doesn't make sense because I never met him, but it's just, I felt like I did, and I was just very blessed to have that outlet on Thursday, and then Saturday in Mexico, and here today I mean, seeing Otusa get emotional, it really got me. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm not the only one, you know? And Rob, you know, saying, oh, it comes in waves, you know? It's true. It comes in waves where you're good, you're fine. And then another hour goes by and then you get, oh God, here I go again, you know? That's just how we are, you know? We're never going to be over this, but it's going to be easier each day as we go. And it's just got to be thankful that we have each other. So thank you for being here, everybody. Love you guys.
Definitely.
So yeah, Rob, I private message you. We got to go hang out. We got to go see Top Gun. Let's do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I sorry I didn't get a respond to that.
I saw Top Gun the day that Fletch died because I bought the ticket the night before, having no idea. And it was so good that I snuck into the next theater and watched it again.
Whoa,
It's so good that, yeah, I did that. And then I had to go and host karaoke. But Rob, when you're ready to see it, I'm not going to give you guys any spoilers. It's so good. It's so good. I got tears from that movie, plus thinking of Fletch. It was like, what? Tom Cruise is making me cry? What? You know, it's that good. It's really good. It's adrenaline. It's emotional. It's nostalgic. Again, no spoilers, but they go right back to 1986, man. They show all kinds of flashbacks, and it's really good. So, Rob, when we should go tomorrow, because that's pretty much my free day. We'll do it. Get a matinee, get those recliner seats at the theater, get some popcorn, and just cheers to Fletch, and let's watch some Top Gun, you know?
Well, I'll message you because I'm supposed to go meet with a guy who does, he's a former studio partner of mine, but he does music videos and
right on. We'll work it out.
Whoa, so maybe we could go, like, maybe you could even go with me and meet with him, and then we go to watch the movie or something.
Dude, I will tag along for that. Get me in a studio, dude. I'd love to do that. It's fun. Cool.
But yeah, because well, no, I won't even talk about it yet. But
yeah.
My daughter Veronica, by the way, is very impressed. Can I say something real quick? It's totally not related to what we're talking about, but I'm sure, Rob, you're gonna love this. So my daughter Veronica is saying, "Who's that talking over there? Is that Rob?" I said, "Yeah, why?" And she's like, "Wow, he's got a really great radio voice. Has he ever been in radio?"
As a matter of fact, I have to co-host with the radio show.
I was like, yeah.
And he's going to be filling in for me as a karaoke host here at New Wave Bar. So he's that's what we love Rob, because he's got that radio voice.
Well, yeah, and trust me, I was almost gonna see about recording some of this because I am gonna bring back Mode Block, but it seemed like I wanted to do it for Dave Gaughan's 60th birthday, and then I just was so busy I didn't have a chance to. And I was thinking, okay, now's the time I need to with the passing of Fletch. And I sat down trying to script out a show, and then it's so hard to even I mean, there's obvious lyrics that, are relevant. And of course we know songs that are favorites of his and his label and things, that we can include. But it was just, when I started to write it, it was just too soon. I just couldn't I couldn't do it. So,
Yeah.
But I hope to have it back soon. So, and I definitely will be throwing in tributes to Fletch, but yeah, I was almost gonna try to have it for today, but I realized we needed more of this today than we needed to have Mode Block. So
yeah, I feel you.
You're not trying to be the next Harry Carey?
Yeah, well, I don't record Mode Block when I'm drinking, except on rare occasions with Jay Tando. And
Oh, dude, we were white girl wasted at the Angels game, and my Mariners won, by the way. And then we got back to his place, and we recorded one of the Mode Blocks, just blasted, and it was so much fun. I love listening to that now. It's like I have it, and so I'll be running, and let me put on that show I did with Rob. How drunk were we, dude? It was funny.
We were pretty wasted.
We were wasted,
Yeah.
but it was fun.
And even the only other times I really drank recording mode block was the live episodes. You know, like Greg was here, and then the last episode, you and Greg were both here. And
yeah, that was so
and
much
those
fun.
are fun. So I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to even like. I definitely want to have guests, and I even thought of I'd like to have guests that are just even, you know, I want to have some celebrity guests, but I'm even want to just have devotee guests, like you know, this week. All right, this is our special guest. That here's Poppy, she's a huge fan. You know, here's Patty, she's a huge fan. Here,
that would be great.
Here's Ellie. You know, we have like a special guest that week. You know, but so that's kind of where I'm hoping to take it. You know, now it's a matter of making the time and making it happen. So
yeah, make it happen. I mean, I know people are like, oh, Jay's on again. What? No, do a circle, you know, rotation and get these other devotees in there, man. I've had my time in the sun with that show. I love it. I mean, you make the call, I'll be there. You know,
well, what I loved was like on the last episode, you're good at the live stuff too. So like, because live is not always as easy as obviously when we were wasted, we were recorded multiple takes. You know.
Yeah, we had to do. You guys, you don't even know. We had to do 3 or 4 takes before. It's like we can't do that, dude. We can't play that, you know. And so we'd have to do, but without a net though, it's adrenaline. For me, it's adrenaline. It's just like, you know, performing live, you know, singing and karaoke hosting, DJing live. That's great because it's without a net. So if you screw up, everybody knows it. But yeah, when we got back to the game, I'd be like, but we got to do that one again, dude. You know, I mean, it's just slurring our words.
Were we drinking those Summer Breeze drinks or whatever?
Summer Breeze. For those of you that don't know, when you go, Day Breeze, when you go to the game, somebody walked by with this big.
They don't have them anymore, and it's probably because of us. But
that's good. Yeah, that's good, dude. I don't get hungover very often, but the next day I was like, what the fuck was I thinking?
So I don't drink mixed drinks very often either, and so we were drinking these. They're called a Day Breeze. We're in the club section. They deliver them to you, and
they did.
And so we're like, Day Breeze sounds like we're like Summer Breeze.
Yeah, we were singing all day. It was like Summer Breeze makes me feel. And then the next day, we were singing all day at the game, but while my Mariners won, and it was make me feel. And then the next day, I don't feel so fine. Where's the Tylenol, man?
But you see the way he keeps saying it while his Mariners won? That's why when the Angels took them out of playoff contention at the end of the season, I'm like, there you go, bud. There's
every game that we went to, which was like 4 or 5 games where the Mariners were in town, my Mariners won. And the one that we needed to win to go to the playoffs up in Seattle, I went to his place to watch it on the big screen at his place. And we freaking lost. I was like, I'd take any of those wins here in person to see him go to the playoffs, but he got his revenge. Bad.
Sorry about the baseball talk. We'll go back to Depeche Mode now.
Yeah. Fletch. Angels Fletch.
I like the baseball talk.
When does Fletch, Angels Fletch get back from ER? Do you know? What's the deal?
It's not looking soon.
We don't know.
Here's what I'm gonna actually say. So, obviously, you know, I'd love to keep going on all night, but Jeff, I will let you host further if people want to hang out. But in about 15 minutes, I'm gonna call it a day because I'm going to the fair and the concert tonight. But
okay.
If you guys want to continue on, you're welcome to. But anybody who still wants to share any stories that hasn't shared yet, we'd love to hear. You know, anything, any of your thoughts, whatever. And I know it's hard, and you don't feel like you're obligated. But I'm just saying, if you want to, this is all about all of us just being together. So, you know, and it's being recorded on YouTube's Global or Depeche Global on YouTube. So it'll be here for, you know, if your family ever wants to see it. And hopefully you're getting noisy there, Susan. I'm going to mute you.
What fair are you talking about and what show, what concert?
It's a Spanish concert. It's a LA County Fair. I didn't realize the LA County Fair went so early this year. Like it's actually before the Orange County Fair. Normally the Orange County Fair is way before the LA County Fair, but so yeah.
All right, man.
But
Rob, are you
so
taking your wife to see Juanes?
yes.
Awesome.
So that Juanes is actually pretty good. I've seen him several times, but
Yeah, I love him. He's one of my faves.
hard departure from Depeche Mode, but
Yes, totally. Well, enjoy.
Juanes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Juanes is like he's from Colombia, I think it is.
Colombian, yeah.
know. I actually met him at Tower Records when he just started out. Like he was actually putting on a concert in the Tower Records.
Nice.
Like, no, was it Tower Records? No, it was in the Virgin. It was Virgin. It was in the Virgin Records.
Lucky
And I
lady.
just literally woke up and walked up to him in the middle of his set. And I was just like, oh, I thought this was a record. It's really live, you know? It's like one of these awkward things, you know, like you just kind of bump into the artist while they're actually performing. and then I found out later. I would find out later he's from Colombia. So
I'm gonna say
Juanes.
goodnight. Thank you guys.
Good night, guys.
See
You
you,
too.
Ellie.
See
So
ya,
good
Ellie.
seeing you.
Bye, Ellie.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, that's cool that you saw. I met him a couple times too, but not early in his career like you. That's pretty awesome.
You met Juanes too, Rob?
Yeah, a couple times. One time at the NAMM show, and then
Oh, okay.
another time I bought like VIP tickets to see him at the Forum, and we did a pre-show meet and greet, and
Oh, that's awesome.
did a photo op thing and all that stuff. So
Cool. You'll have to share those photos.
yeah, I'll share with you directly. I don't think the
Yes,
Canadians
that's
with Depeche
yeah,
Mode
that's
will-
fine. Anyway, bye guys. I'm gonna leave now.
All right, good to see you. Thank
See
you
ya.
for joining us.
Susie
Take
Q.
care. See you guys soon.
Bye, Susie Q. Love you.
Bye.
Bye, girl.
I'm taking off too. I haven't
see you,
seen my
Poppy.
son yet today, so
Oh,
Susie
go
Q's
hug
there.
him. I haven't
Thanks
seen
for
Dylan
joining
either.
us.
Dylan took a nap today. He did it right.
I struggled getting out of bed this morning and just lingered, and then I realized, oh gosh, there's the chat, and so I just popped on, and so it was lovely seeing you all, and thank you, Rob, for having this opportunity to share our experiences. So take care, everyone. Big hugs to you all.
Hug the family.
Poppy.
Hi, Poppy.
Poppy.
Bye, Poppy.
Take care, Poppy.
I'm gonna
Yes.
say my goodbyes. Thank you guys for being here. Cheers. Live on, Fletch, in our
The
memories.
Fletch.
Talk to you soon.
To
I got my
Fletch.
Slurpee.
Come on, Fletch. Hi, Jay.
Hi, Jay. Susie
Just
got a
made me
big
think of-
gulp.
It just made me think of the song Flash.
I got
by,
a big old Slurpee
Oh,
by
that's the best.
Queen.
in honor of Fletch.
Fletch.
What'd you say,
Aw, he saved everyone else.
You know what what I discovered through Patty is that I can go to 7-Eleven now and get a Slurpee and spike it.
That's right.
Why do you
I
think I
know,
got
that's
this?
what I thought
All
Susie
these
did.
freaking
That's what I'm
years.
gonna
You
do.
just
Yeah,
learned
that's-
that?
Susie
I went
Q-
to I went to 7-Eleven and bought Crazy Horse. Okay, that's
Susie
what we
Q
did
has
back
a
in the day.
shot in there.
I'm
She's
so
like,
mad.
"Shot."
I gotta tell my
no,
best
not yet.
friend.
I'm gonna
Grind
ask her to get to the
Nothing like
carnival.
nothing like New Orleans, okay? Nothing like Louisiana. Drive
Daiquiris.
to Zachary, and I asked you could put up to 10 shots in there if you want.
Well, you look like
They
you
didn't
got
make it
11. You look
liquid.
like you got
Not
11.
that I would do that.
You
but I'm just
got
saying.
11. You didn't get 10. You got 11.
The last time I
I
had
used it. I'll tell
the
you
last time I
that.
had 10 shots in one drink, I ended up on Rob's front lawn. So I don't think
Oh,
that's ever
I
gonna
got the
happen.
pictures.
He,
That's
he
a different
literally
time.
spent
That's
the
a
night
different
there.
time.
oh my
yeah,
God.
those are not the
Oh.
pictures. He literally spent the night on my front lawn, and my neighbor was like, "Who was the guy that was
20
saying
years
I'm
ago.
I'm gonna die all night long?"
That was like 20 years ago or something like that.
Oh
I
my
thought that
God.
was like a few
Is that
months ago. The
blackmail
pictures I
pictures?
got.
2003.
Oh, the
Yeah.
best was
Oh,
Yeah,
my-
when
Jeff used
no
to get
pictures of him.
during the lockdown. And Jeff was like always bragging, I got Slurpees. I'm like, they shut ours down. How are you getting Slurpees over there?
Oh my God.
And he'd always
You
be like,
spike
oh,
it.
Slurpee on the
I'm
Zoom.
going. I'm going
You
to tell my
spike
best
it.
friend that we got to spike them. Oh my God.
I'm gonna
Yes.
spike it when I
Mama
get
T,
to
you're
Harlem.
learning. Very good.
I'm gonna put some tequila in it.
My dad was
Do it.
George the Greek. I should know
I
this.
am.
Do it.
Do it.
Tequila is gonna go in
All right.
this. And
I
when
don't
it gets
know.
to the cold, they have it.
I don't know
A
who else wants to
tequila,
stay on
no.
past the time Rob is leaving, but I gotta feed my cousin's fat dog at 5 p.m. So
You're
No,
gonna be
I
feeding
guess
us
we should wrap it up
Finally,
now.
stop
then.
shame the
We
dog.
can
Yeah.
wrap it up. That's fine.
You're stop
You
shaming
can
the
wrap.
Does,
dog, Jeff.
does anyone want to say anything before we wrap it up?
Joey, where are you when we do karaoke?
I'm here. Hey guys.
No, where are
Joey.
you? Well,
Nobody
you need
here?
to join. You need to join us on Wednesdays when we do karaoke. How are you not there?
Well, I mean, I've usually got my Wednesday night routines, but I'll look into it one of these days.
We'll,
Hey,
we'll let you
so
go
yeah,
first. We'll let you go first.
oh, okay. Yeah, it was great seeing and hearing all the stories. I was just content to stay quiet and just actually dozed off a little bit because I've been like eating and whatever, and then I got that sugar high from eating snacks. But yeah, and I'm like regret that I never got to meet any of the band members. So I know I'm not the only one, so that I take solace in that. But those of you who have you've been fortunate enough to, that's nice. Anyways, so that's it. Long live Fletch.
Long live Fletch.
Long live Fletch.
Fletch.
And Heather, I'm glad you're here too. I love you.
Thanks for reaching out on Friday. I was Thursday was a rotten, very bad, no good day. I had something really kind of traumatic happen before I even found out Fletch passed, and then when I found that out, it was just the icing on the cake.
Mhm.
You know, I just
Well,
and
we're
I'm
always
just
here.
I'm all over the place right now, and I was afraid I didn't want to. Sorry, I was so quiet this whole time, but I just didn't want to lose my marbles. So
I think everybody spoke when they needed to speak, and it was all the stories and photos and meetings and just how we all reacted the same way. Nobody's story was quite different than what we all went through. What? Huh? Who?
Right.
I don't get this. And we all went through
Mhm.
that, and I think that was our common ground, and it's all relatable for sure. And I mean, my news feed is just inundated with everything. Every other thing is Fletch, or everyone is Fletch, and it was a lot. It was a lot, and I wasn't ready for any of that. And my sister even asked me, she goes, "Was this the concert I went with you?" I said, "No, that was Spandau Ballet." "No, we're not going there." I said, "No, no, 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 no." I said, "Bad enough. There's 3 guys, now we're down to 2, and it's just really, really like what it was just, and it wasn't like we didn't see Fletch. We just saw that he broke his wrist. There was always a communication, whether you knew him or not. How would we know? Nobody knows if we get a splinter. But he shared that on media. They shared things that if they're sharing, that's the next best thing to having a new album, a concert, or something. When that was posted, everybody else posted it and talked about it. So we thought, okay, he's going to be okay. And we were good with that. And then this came as a shock, of course.
Yeah, I saw it first, and I thought, I can't believe this. This is one of those interweb, lie things, whatever. I didn't want to believe it. But then when I saw that Rob posted it, I couldn't, I lost it. I just completely lost it. So
That's how I found out was
and
Rob.
at my age, I mean, I just so young, and that he's of, my generation. And then that just didn't make me feel good either. So I'm having a hard time accepting outliving all the artists I admire. So,
I looked at it as my mom passed when she was 66. And I was in my early 20s. I was in my 20s, early 20s, mid 20s, something like that. And I was shocked. And I was like, oh my God. And, to me, she was older. And now I look at it as, I just said, Fletch was 60. My mom was 66. oh my God, that is too young. It just didn't, everything just didn't, it rolled over and we all handled it, but it's still a shock. And, you know, we got to hope that we still get some more music and they still continue on their terms, whatever it would be, it will be. Even if it's a master's release of all their greatest hits or something they're going to release, we'll take it. We'll take it because there's a respect there, and they're the music of our soul, really.
That's true.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure, Larry.
So I know this is a tough time, but I see this group not only as just a group that I found because of Depeche Mode, but I also see it as a family that I've gotten to know for 3 years. And when I started to first get into alternative music, I wanted to find more people that were into the same music, and I'm very grateful that I've gotten to know the same people that know the same alternative and independent bands that I know and who like the same music I like. And yeah, like I said, if it wasn't for Depeche Mode, I wouldn't have found this group. So yeah, we're all just, as a family, we're all gonna get through this together. We're gonna do it with pride.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
handled it
Well
really
said,
well,
Larry.
Larry. I know that can be tough. Always
Yeah.
reach out to any of us or talk to your parents, anybody, reach out, because we're always here, during this time. Even if you get sad, put their music on and celebrate,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I'm gonna be.
I have been listening to some Depeche Mode songs. On the day that Fletch passed, I heard I was listening to "I Feel Loved," and it's no good. John the Revelator,
That's one of my
Jezebel.
favorites.
You know what's
Yeah,
funny
I've been
is.
Go ahead, Heather.
Oh, I was going to say it was funny is just because I was dreaming about him last night and this song would not leave my head. And I woke
Wow.
up this morning singing it and it's Peace. Peace is what popped into my head. Depeche Mode's Peace. Yeah.
Wow.
I can't, and it's been in my head and I can't get it out of my head. It's so weird. But I don't know. I'm going to be in LA area this weekend, so maybe I'll try to find something fun to do. Cheer myself up.
Go see the
I'll be at the
Yeah,
NAMM
go to.
show.
I don't know where Rob's pool is. Anyway,
I can tell you.
You
I'll
go to
be at the
Knott's
NAMM
Berry
show.
Farm, to Disneyland and Anaheim Station, and he's like a block down and to the left.
oh,
from
gee,
Anaheim Station.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll be at the NAMM show this weekend, and there's like the hotels surrounding the NAMM show have.
I'm
all
going to
these
be in.
bands
I'm going to be in the
performing.
Glendale area.
Oh, okay. It's in Anaheim, but if you
That's what
make
I
your way
figured.
down there, maybe I could meet up with you. So that's what I was saying. But
Yeah. Or come to Vegas with us. I have to get there.
Oh yeah, we're all going to Vegas in September.
I'm selling my
Yeah, we're
ticket.
going to
I'm
Vegas.
Yeah, hopefully I will be here. That was some of the bad news also I got on Thursday.
Heather, talk to us.
I can't because you guys are live and I don't want this on YouTube. I'll talk about it when I'll talk about it Wednesday.
Okay. We're here for, well, if you need to talk to me sooner, I'm around tonight or day tomorrow.
Same
And
here.
I will keep it confidential because that's the kind of friend I am.
Oh, there's
Same here,
Peaches.
Heather. You need to
so
talk.
we're gonna give one last opportunity to the
Peaches.
last couple
Peaches
people
is
to
on.
join.
Peaches
So
is on.
Esperanza or Janine.
And Muffy.
Do you
Wait,
want to
no,
say
that's
anything
Muffy.
before we
Oh, and
go?
Muffy too.
Muffy.
Sweetums.
And
Sweetums.
Muffy. Oh, we can't leave yet. Muffy and Sweetums got on.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. If either of you want to say anything before we leave, we're going to be signing out shortly, but you can say something before we sign out. So
I came in on earlier, but I didn't put on my video or anything because everyone else was talking and I was going to work and I don't want to be disruptive, but I'm just left with a big hole in my heart. It's like losing a friend that you've known since you were a kid or a family member. Unfortunately, I never had the opportunity to meet him, but just knowing people that did and knowing what a warm and sweet guy he was, it's just it's a hole, you know, there's a hole there that I don't know. It'll take some time for all of us to get through it and just come to the realization that part of the founders is gone, but he'll never be forgotten. At least not as long as any of us live, right? He'll never be forgotten, and we'll just have to see what happens.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll drink to that, to Fletch.
Yes,
Fletch.
to Fletch.
I just
Definitely couldn't
ate so
fill that
much.
hole
Yeah.
alone.
No.
Esperanza, did you want to say anything before we sign out?
Nobody got that
Muffy.
reference.
Just I did get to meet him. He seemed really sweet. So, and I know other people that had too. No, I'm sorry. I'm at a loss for words right now.
Oh, it's okay. Totally.
Oh, we love you.
No.
I
We love you,
want to
Buffy.
I want to thank everyone who showed up today. I want to thank Jeff for co-hosting. I want to thank Atusa and Von George for co-hosting.
Yes.
And I just want to thank you all for being here. And I want us all, like, who are still here, let's do the Fletch World in My Eyes.
And I am at a stoplight, so I'm not driving.
Put your hands on the wheel.
Okay.
All right.
Green light.
Hugs to all of you, and we will have a new drink and chat sometime soon, but we're gonna wrap it up for today. So take care, everybody.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob.
Love you all.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Rob.
Bye.